Greetings, adventurers. Today we're excited to introduce you to a new story, Dark Dice, a horror podcast that blurs the line between actual play and audio drama, where the story is determined by the roll of the dice. 6 adventurers embark on a journey into the ruinous domain of the Nameless God. They will never be the same again. One of the players is not what they seem after a doppelganger, a creature that can assume the form and voice of whatever it kills, infiltrates the team. As the players are picked off and replaced one at a time, can they figure out who the monster is before it's too late? Can you? In addition to a full-blown fantasy soundtrack with over 30 live medieval instruments and a 40-person choir, sound effects further enhance the story. Here's a quick example of what that sounds like.
The shambler with the jar of liquid inside of him.
Soren Arkwright let loose an arrow that cracked the glass, passing through the spine of the creature. The shambler still managed to maintain its forward momentum, but stumbled as it eagerly tried to bite and swipe at Soren, landing near his feet. As Rowena struck the shambling creature near Soren, she shattered the canister in its stomach, sending its liquid contents spilling to the ground. With a rush of liquid, the small fetus fell too, twitching and moving toward Rowena.
I'm gonna punt you.
Rowena launched the fetus into the mouth of the mimic with a kick.
So if you dare, gamble your sanity and subscribe to Dark Dice however you listen to podcasts, or on Spotify. Dark Dice can also be streamed at darkdicepod.com.
Welcome back, friends, to Rise of the Veiled Alliance. All stories come to an end, and today is the beginning of the end of our story, a story about Balic, the city of sails, the only democracy left in a dying world. Peace, prosperity, freedom. We've watched those dreams slip like sand through the fingers of our remarkable adventurers. Their journey began on the streets of Balic, as they work to uncover a sinister plot against their sorcerer-king. And it's taken them beyond the known world of Athos to other dimensions, a realm of undeath, and to the moon Guthay itself. But all stories come to an end, and ours ends where it began. In the city-state of Balic on the brink of doom. It begins with Whoreson, once a famous gladiator champion, now one of the very few people who stand between otherworldly forces and their conquest of Athos. So, tonight we begin with Bill. Bill, welcome back to Dark Sun. Hello, my friend.
What's going on?
How are you feeling? You feeling ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to. If this thing's got to end, let's make it 6 out of 5 stars.
So, Bill, last time we saw Horson was in the Deadland. It was in the land of undeath at the top of the Obsidian Spire. Day has passed since the events at the top of the Obsidian Spire. And I'm just curious, what do you think as you're flying and you're in a spelljammer, you've flown back to Balic, you've had time to think, you've had time to sort of process some of the stuff that's happened. What do you think lingers on Horson's mind?
I think is on the way back to Balic, after losing yet another close friend, he's trying to pick up the pieces mentally of everything that's left to focus them into what they're about to go back to. He doesn't have any idea, and there's people he wants to see, but he doesn't know what's going to happen next. And in his pain, in his mourning, he tries to seek the comfort of those around him and try to build a fortress of his mind, to try to find some peace with all that is unknown about the future.
When we first met Horson, well, not the first time we met Horson in a flashback, but the first time we met him with this party that he's part of now, he didn't want to leave Balic. He didn't want to go on this caravan, go on this journey, this mission. What do you think, if you could sum it up, has changed most about Horson over these last few weeks?
Before the adventure started, he was already done. He thought that Taruk had forgotten about the favor. So he thought he was clear to live the rest of his life the way he wanted, trying to help people improve on themselves, trying to put some good in the world, where he, I feel, with training and gladiatorial combat, had taken so much, and with that success, tried to pay a little back to where he came from, tried to make the world around him a little bit better to make up for the things that he had done in the gladiatorial ring. And now that he has experienced this with this stellar crew of characters, that's the stain you can't wash out. Not necessarily a bad stain, you wear it with pride, but if he was like earthy brown before, now there's some red in it, and you can't get the red out, and so you just have to live life as a maroon.
Horson, when you return to Balic, you find a city-state in turmoil, worse than before. House Jarko gladiators and citizens from the maze, the poorer folk of the city, are rising in a sort of a guerrilla tactical revolt against House Tomblador and Caledon, the leader of House Tomblador, who has claimed the mantle of Caesar for himself. In a move that surprised the rebels, House Wabir has been supplying coin, food, and mercenaries to help House Tomblador put an end to the revolt, to gain control of the city and its people. The elves of House Sereno have been caught in between the fighting, and no one really knows what side they will fall on. House Akatia has small forces, and their servants are holed up in the Villa District, waiting for the return of Luxmerilla. And there are whispers of another more secret war being fought behind closed doors in the city, too. A war between snake cults and agents of the Veiled Alliance and the spy masters of House Salaxa. When you arrive in Balic, Horson, after you leave the rest of your friends for the night, hear the whispers that are happening in the city. It's late at night, a few hours before dawn. And there's relative peace in the city at this time. Only those with pressing business wander the streets. Lamps burn in homes, families huddle close together, though few are sleeping peacefully or easily tonight. The forces at war for the soul of the city have fallen back to regather their strength and prepare for another day. You're meant to reconnect with your allies tomorrow, but for now you find yourself, for the first time in a while, alone, free. So where is it that Horson goes?
He would go to the home of Canendus. Very, very dear person. For all senses of the word, wife. In the area of the Arena District where they reside. The House of the Setting Sun.
Horson, are you going to Canendus's actual home, or are you going to the location that you saw in that orb? The one that showed Canendus underground with Taruk and the gladiators. Are you stopping off at the house first?
If accepting as a reality, I just want to magic is foreign to him, so he would want to see if this was an illusion of some kind, or if there was in fact no one at the residence. And if there's no one at the residence, then to where he saw them.
As you get to the area, that section of the city, you're getting closer to the maze, and if it's run down, usually it's more now. You can see homes that have burnt down or have been broken into, their doors missing entirely. There are small mobs of people who scatter when anyone approaches, fleeing into the darker alleys of the city. Canendus's house, the door is wide open. No lights on inside. Not broken, just open.
Is there other buildings in the area that have the same treatment?
No. The other ones are either, you see lamplights spilling out of windows. Some people are home. Some homes have been broken into or damaged, possibly in fighting. It looks like pitched battles have been waged here in the streets. But Canendus's home is unique in that it's simply open and dark.
He'll take a step inside and assess.
It still smells like her. It still smells like the food she cooks and the herbs she keeps. Nothing's been severely damaged. There are things missing. It looks like maybe hurried packing, but not a lot. Cooking utensils, clay pots.
He'll stand around in the kitchen and he'll just do like to see if there's a response.
You just hear the echo of your own whistle throughout the house.
And he'll leave and go to the area where he saw them if she's not there.
There's a place that you've been before, underground in the Old Aqueducts, and there's entrances across the city, one particularly close to here. And you recognize the place that they are as being basically almost directly beneath the Criterion itself. And when you get down into the dried out tunnels that maybe 1,000, 2,000 years ago still held water, it's filled with silt. Your steps echo loudly against the stone as you move through the sort of maze underneath the city in the direction that you remember seeing them in that orb. And you hear the sounds of weapons clanking against each other, sounds of talking and laughter before you see the light spilling out from around a corner. You can tell that there's people gathered a little further in.
And just out of caution, he'll take the spear and hold it in his right hand and kind of shield his body with his left hand, which is now a thick, chunky red rock that he's still getting used to, and breach the corner to see if he can get a line of sight on this group of people.
You turn the corner, you can see the chamber that this tunnel opens out into, connects to several other chambers as well down here. And you can see torches bouncing off of the walls, reflecting light in all directions from this large chamber. And you see inside a number of younger gladiators. Some you recognize, some are maybe even newer, but they're sparring. You can see them working with their practiced blunted weapons, their wooden weapons. And then beyond connecting chamber, you can just make out what looks like makeshift, like they use barrels and crates to create tables. There's people sitting down, kneeling down around them, eating. Nobody seems to have noticed you yet.
I'll go towards the makeshift tables. Do I recognize any of the gladiators competing or training?
Probably some of them, yeah. You've probably trained some of these younger gladiators. There's humans, there's a couple of Thry-Crane. You recognize as you get closer to the light, you see Untak, the Thry-Crane, who was with your party for quite a while before the battle in Alteru. And Untak took many of those gladiators back to the city. Some of them are here too.
And if, in case any of them see them, he'll just put a finger to his lips as he's walking through, like he's intending on surprising someone, but he just doesn't want to make a scene.
You see like slack-jawed, jaws drop agape when they see you enter, and with this very strange-looking weapon in hand as well. Some of the gladiators, one of the gladiators like lowers their wooden shield and their spear and gets clocked right in the face by the gladiator they're sparring with, falls to the ground. They kind of part ways for you, and they're just looking at you in awe. And Utak skitters around and twists his insectoid head almost all the way around and clacks his mandibles. You can hear him say in your mind, "Were you successful, Orson?"
In a matter of speaking.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Nice to see you too. Where is everyone?
You feel an answer. It's more of an emotion that he psionically passes to you, of warmth, of comfort, and anxiety too, a lingering anxiety. And he spins one of his 4 spears that he's holding in his many arms around and points towards the back chamber where some people are seated. He says, Daruk, and in these 2, they are here.
Good. And then you see like a wave of relief wash over his body, because you don't know if that stuff's real that you see in orbs. And how's everything been here? Why's everyone in hiding?
We are at war. House Tumbledore has taken the city. Daruk fights. I follow.
It's what's right. Good on you. Nice to see there's some things you can trust.
Will you fight with us now?
There's a lot we must discuss. And I best see Taruk now. So, if you'd like to be a part of the conversation, you're more than welcome. You've earned a tenure.
I will wait here. Train.
If in the next couple of days we're in a battle for our lives, one night of training isn't going to make you that much better. Join us, will you?
It makes me calm. And it makes them. You can see his head turn around to the young gladiators who are fighting. Calm, too.
Yeah, understood. No choice. Let me know if I can do anything for you.
Just like that, his head twists all the way back around, and he skitters forward, and he whops one of the gladiators in the back of the leg where their stance is a little weak, and clacks his mandibles at them, and returns to teaching.
And then he'll go to where Canendus and Taruk are, where he felt Ntak's projection of emotion, of anxiety and warmth.
You head to the back and you see there's wounded House Jarko soldiers, ex-gladiators here, on cots and beds in the back of the room, resting, some of them in worse condition than others. And there are others who are just seated here, eating, drinking. You can hear Kainendi's sort of gentle laugh. She moves and sets a large plate down, her back to you, in front of a young gladiator. You don't see Taruk immediately.
And he won't say anything, but he'll just walk up and into everyone's view.
And just like before, there's gasps or like surprise, awe on people's faces. And Indy starts to turn around to see what everybody's looking at.
And he'll lock eyes with her where her eyes would lock the moment that she would see him.
For a second, she has the same reaction as everyone else. Her lips part, her jaw drops a little bit, and then one of her lips curls up into a little smile. Tight-lipped smile. She looks dirty. She's got like food and sweat on her clothes. She's been working hard down here for House Jarko, for the people who are gathered. And she doesn't look like, she's cleaned her hair or done anything to tidy herself up in days, maybe. But she smiles when she sees you, a small smile, and she shakes her head and she says, I bet you haven't had a good meal in days. Maybe longer.
I missed you.
I missed you too.
Come here. And then he'll open his arms up for an embrace.
She lunges forward and like throws, and she's much shorter than you are, and like, throws her arms around your waist and kind of like buries her head, in your armor, and just kind of whispers into your armor. They said you weren't coming back, but I knew. I could feel you out there.
Yes, a lot happened. I want your point of view of everything is going on with the war.
And she pulls back and kind of wipes a tear out of her eyes and smiles full this time and says, I don't know nothing about that, really. Just one house and another house fighting. But you pick your family, I picked my family a long time ago.
Is everyone okay? All the kids?
Not everyone. And see like sadness that she does a good job of hardening herself, but you can tell that she's worn down.
By whose hand?
House Wavir, House Tomblador, working together. And House Wavir's new lord. I don't know much about it, but some people say just a patsy in the pockets of House Tomblador.
You interested in staying here?
These kids need food. They need someone to look out for them. I can do that.
We can do that somewhere else. We can do that. It is a village not too far out here. A villery. It's where my friend's from. And he'll point to his left arm, which is a rock. And in the time between them leaving the spire to here, he has taken some of the tools on the ship and he has carved the 3 letters that spell Ebba, and underneath that you have Baru. Underneath that, it's a sequential list of the gladiators that he's slain over his career. That's where Ebbo's from. It's a peaceful village.
She traces her eyes along the carvings and then reaches up a hand as high as she can, almost to get to your face, to put it on the side of your face, and she sort of cups the side of your face. And she says, I don't ever want to be away from you again, so if you want to go, I go where you go.
He'll lean in gently and kiss her on the lips and slowly back away. I do have to speak to Taruk, but get comfortable with that in the back of your head. If we stay or if we go. And if we make it and stay, I think we could find a home there. We could find a home for everyone.
You're my home. She smiles, and as she's smiling at you, Orson, you feel an outside presence in your head. This isn't like the gentle communications of Untak. It is a voice, however. It's a voice of someone you know. You recognize it immediately as Rysar's voice, reaching out to you through the way. And this is what you hear.
Gulag is dead. Caesar is dead. Attempting to return to Balic now. Snakes invading imminently. Rally defenses, friend. High Praetor Nadia, traitor, working for them.
And that presence is gone.
And you'll see like a sudden strike of paranoia hit him. You remember the last story I told you before I left?
I do. Of course.
What was it?
She opens her mouth to answer you, and you feel a furry hand on your shoulder from behind. A large furry hand, streaked with blonde and brown fur. And you hear Taruk's voice from behind you. Orson, I wasn't sure you were still alive.
Yeah, almost wasn't. I was just... I'll be right with you. Give me a moment.
Taruk steps around the corner of your view and folds his arms across his furry but muscular chest. And he smiles at you. And he says, yes, of course, but we have much to catch up on.
That we do. And then he'll turn his gaze back to Canendus.
She looks concerned up at you. Are you all right?
Yeah, I just want to know what the story was I told you before I left.
It was your story. Do you not remember it?
Bits and pieces. In my mind, I might have told you a couple stories. Dreamed about it, and I'm not sure what's real anymore.
Speak to Taruk. Get some food. Sleep tonight. There's room in my bed for you. We can tell each other stories until we fall asleep.
It's really important that you tell me. Please.
There's a howl of pain from one of the gladiators wounded on a cot from behind. It snaps her attention for a second, and you feel Orson like she's about to pull away. And then she turns back to you and she smiles. She says, I don't remember how the whole thing goes, but it was the story of how you met your friend, the Praetor, the tomb, all of those ghosts or whatever they were.
Yeah. And a wave of relief comes over him, and he's like, yeah, I guess it was that story.
Yeah.
In my mind, it was others, but I'll catch up with you soon. I promise. And then he'll turn to Rook.
Her smile lingers for a moment, and then another howl of pain, and she rushes over to tend to the wounded soldier. And Taruk pushes his hand on a wall, tracing along a rune on the wall, and a passage slides open. And you know that this aqueduct has many passages. The Thieves Guild that used to operate in Balic used it. Now House Jarko uses it. And he says, come on, we should go talk where we know no one's listening.
Yeah.
Pushes through the darkness into a room beyond, lights a little gas lantern hanging on the wall, and waits for you to enter.
They got old Lucius.
I know. I'm sorry, my friend. I know he wasn't your favorite, but the more divided we are, the harder it will be to stand against House Tomblador. Did you learn anything while you were on your journey? Anything else?
I'm here to help. Canendis can stay. I can stay, but afterwards, I feel like a backup plan. Evacuating to Villery.
Whatever
We can
you
move
want.
those people there. We can protect them better. We don't need walls or sewers. We're out in the open, and I'll be looking after something for someone.
Once this is done, you'll be free, and however I can help you and repay you for all of your years of friendship. Of course. I thought you were gone, Orson, but here you are. This means something. You're the strongest mole I ever met. One of the few that might be able to make a difference in the days to come. I'm so glad you're back. He moves to give you a big furry hug.
And he'll return the hug. And then in the hug, he's going to clasp his hands at the back of the hug. How many of those snake people have you been running into?
You hear the passage, the stone passage that you stepped into, shut behind you. And then immediately afterwards, you feel the jab of a dagger towards your spine. Let's see here. $18.
What if my armor class is the same as it? Does it miss?
It hits. It always goes to the roll versus the thing it's rolling against.
Gotcha. So yeah, that's a hit.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That's athletics, right? It's a 19.
All right. It's going to be 7 piercing damage, 10 poison damage. And I give you a moment to react here.
Now, in the embrace with Taruk, what is he doing as I'm getting stabbed?
He's leaning in closer to your ear, like stretching his mouth upward towards your ear.
He's not. I don't feel like he's trying to protect or defend me. I feel like he's.
Oh, he stabbed you. You know that.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. So he now that I have him grappled. I would like to make 2 unarmed. Is this using a reaction, or if I know he's the one that stabbed me, I'm gonna fight?
Yeah. You can make an attack. Absolutely.
Okay. I use this as 25.
It's gonna be a hit.
And 22.
Also be a hit.
For 7 and 13 bludgeoning.
Nice. All right, describe this, because right now he's like bear hugging you and you're bear hugging him.
So I'd want to create distance and then headbutt him to create some space, but still holding on to, if he's still got like robes, grapple there, kind of get some space, so he would either have to let go of the dagger or try to reach for it, and based on his reaction, taking another strike with my left hand or my right hand, right towards his head.
You break space away from him. You clock him in the head. The dagger that was behind you goes skidding across the stone floor, spinning around in a circle and hitting the wall. And you do create just a little bit of space.
And I'm going to hold the grapple, and then if I can have a full turn, I'm going to use my bonus action to do 2 more strikes.
Go for it.
Now, this is all right-handed. The stone hand has him grappled. 18.
Mm-hmm. 18 will be a hit. 20
and
will be a hit.
20. 12 and that's
12.
just a 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
24 total.
All right. So, what's this look like?
So as I'm holding him, I want to absorb the reaction on his face as I'm still like up.
He's hissing, smiling still, nose a little bloodied, but he's looking right into your eyes fiercely.
Where is he?
Where's who?
Taruk.
He smiles. Is it the end of your turn?
I'm going to use my movement to move him as far away from the dagger as I can. Maybe like pin him up against a wall.
And you're not technically grappled because you didn't use but like narratively, I think it's cool. Like you pin him up against a wall, and his feet, like he's on the tops of his toes right now because you are taller than he is. Got him pinned up against the wall, but it's his turn, and he does have a second dagger. This one at your gut. And he's going to make his full barrage of attacks this time instead of just one. 13.
13 misses.
A 19, which is a critical hit for him. It's a crit on 19 or 20.
Oh yeah, that
it's
hit.
a 27, but it's and a 25.
Yeah, the last two will hit.
Roll me 2 Constitution saving throws.
19, 16.
It's the second one. All right, so you're going to take a total of 16 piercing damage and 30 poison damage.
Okay. Now I get to use. Go ahead. So as a reaction, as I drop below half hit points, I can do something.
Can you do it if you're stunned? Because with a crit, he's also applying the stun condition for you until the end of your next turn.
It's when you take damage that reduces you to half your maximum hit points or less, I can use a reaction to gain temporary hit points equal to my level plus my con mod and regain all expended moxie points.
Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
You don't have to use an action for that. It just happens.
Okay. So that's just 11 hit points.
Okay. So in this moment, then what happens is 2 jabs of the dagger straight into your belly, and you can feel the poison coursing through your veins. It's like fire through your veins and through your nerves. And he grabs you by your shoulder armor and spins you around and pins you up against the wall now. And because you're stunned, he's going to take another 3 attacks. 20, a 23, and a 21.
All of them.
30 poison damage and 21 piercing damage.
Now, they don't all happen at once, do they?
No, it's going to be 7 and 10, 7 and 10, 7 and 10.
So after the second attack, he would go down, but come back up with relentless endurance with 1 hit point left before the third one comes in and gets him.
So I imagine like he spins you around, and even though you're stronger and this is just a brief flash conflict between the two of you, the poison is really what's overwhelming you. You drop to the ground, and you can see as your back slides down along the back stone wall, a pool of your own blood spilling out onto the stone floor around you. And Taruk stumbles away, and he wipes his nose, and he sheaths his dagger, and he says, "No more Caesar, no more patricians or praetors. The Snake Queen, she promised me Balic. All I have to do is help her. I'm sorry, my friend. I've never been one who could pass up a good opportunity. But you should have known. There are no heroes in Athos." He blows out the lamplight, and the two of you are cast into darkness. You have a moment here in the dark. What's Horson thinking? What's Horson doing?
He's on all fours. Can't move. Can't do anything. He thinks about Canendus. He thinks about the pain in his stomach. He thinks about the betrayal. He thinks about the void in his heart, about the ones that he loved, grew to love, and lost. And with his last moments, he dreams about the potential escape to Villery, about taking Ebbo at his word and helping things grow. And the very last thing is how he's failed everyone. And as he collapses onto the ground, he takes his right arm and attempts to move it towards the back of his loincloth where that wand is. Just can't get there. And he'll try to project to Ntak and Canendus, even though he knows that she can't do that. His feeling, the feeling that he's feeling right now.
That's the last thing before you slip into the dark. As you're projecting that thought outward, you can hear the sliding of the stone of the passageway. You can hear Canendus's laugh, the chamber beyond, sounds of gladiators training, and then the stone slides again, and everything's silent. And that's where we're going to leave this scene and go check in on one of our other adventurers. Now we move to elsewhere in the city of Balic. Sam, welcome back to Dark Sun.
Hello.
Hello. So, for Marilla, after parting ways with the rest of the party, after you return to the city of Sails, I want to find a moment. I imagine there's a moment with Van in the marketplace, the Agora, which are these gleaming white bridges that stretch out over the Silt Channel, the wealthier area of the marketplace. And you're aware of the tension that's happening in the city right now, but it's quiet late at night, just a couple of hours before dawn. It's a warm night, and the city streets glow with lamplight that spills out from homes in all directions. And the sky itself, because of the light of the city, it sort of seems flatter and further away here than it did maybe in your travels. Van has been quieter than normal since Ebbo's death, but he stayed close to you. And before we begin, I'm just sort of curious, what's been Marilla's disposition, or what have they been thinking about over this past day after leaving the Obsidian Spire behind and everything that happened there?
Marilla's been trying to think of what happens next, what they are supposed to do when they get back to Balic and find out what happened with their family, and it's honestly just been a really big blank spot. They would think to themselves, I have to plan, all right? I have no idea what I'm doing. So Merla has been very quiet, but the emptiness they felt with their fathers, what the vision they had, and of Ebo's passing has been replaced with fruitless squirrel caging.
I think, I think Van is probably going through something somewhat similar in a different way. He talks a couple of times, just a couple of chats during that day, about worrying about all of his friends in the maze, what's happened to them, wondering if they're okay. And you can see his eyes sort of dancing back and forth as he looks down over an ancient banister on this gleaming ivory bridge and stares down into the swirling bank of silt down below.
Ceramic for your thoughts.
You can hear his smile before he turns around, and a little bit of ease comes to his face, and he says, I just don't know how to reconcile everything. And I felt I didn't know him for long, but the short time that I knew Ebo, I felt a connection to him.
Me too.
I feel like I don't know what to do now, Marilla. I don't know what to do.
What do you want to do?
Make a difference. Like you and everyone else. But I don't know how.
I mean, you could do that with me. I mean, there was no reason for you to serve House Akacia by staying by my side through all this, and you didn't, and I have no idea why, but I'm grateful, and I couldn't have done it without you, and I don't know, just it seems like there's a lot left to do.
Marilla, I'll always be by your side if you want me to be. You make me feel brave.
You are brave.
So what are we gonna do then?
I need to find out what happened to my father. To my family. I'm going to go back to the seat of our house, see what I can find out, and get justice. I'm not sure if it will be pretty. My house has been gravely wronged, and it is my duty to set that to rights, whatever that may bring upon me.
I don't think I've ever met anybody who cared as much about duty as you do.
You should tell my Anyway.
He steps a little closer, and he opens up his arms, and offer an embrace.
Marilla falls into it and rests their head right there under his chin, on his shoulder.
And they can feel like his hand just kind of cupping the back of their head and holding them there, and he says, "Well, I'll make sure, as long as I'm around, that you're never doing it alone."
Thank you. and Marilla steps away a little bit, sort of settles some piece of clothing that didn't need to be settled.
He likewise runs a hand through his hair, like he's trying to fix it, but there's no fixing it after the last few days.
Oh, but the cow looks kind of cute. Anyway.
He looks down the street. There's like a sound and somebody just crossing the street, and catches his attention for a second. And he looks back to you and he says, "Do you want me to come with you right now?"
Yes. I mean, always, but also now.
Of course.
I'll take his hand.
He gives it a squeeze, and they take it. It's going to be okay.
It might not be, but I'd rather suffer misfortune with friends by my side.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't forget about you. Stop nipping me. The bird hops out of a fold in a robe, rudely. Still my best bird. Honestly, don't get so jealous. You like him, remember? We both do.
I like the both of you too.
And Corey hops onto Marilla's head for a moment as they lose all dignity. And just kind of at Van, then flies off to do bird things.
Well,
shall we?
Of course.
Come on.
He looks once towards the sky where the bird's flying away, where Corey's flying away, and then he gives your hand another squeeze, and the two of you leave the Agora behind, walking through the city streets of Balic at night. It's not a long walk, an incredibly long walk from the marketplace to the Villa District. The guards part way, recognizing you immediately, the guards to the Villa District. As it rises up on a hill and you begin to climb that hill, you move past that graveyard where you once had a funeral for one of your family members. Multiple funerals were held there, where you started to get to know your father a little bit better. And you continue up the winding road past the beautiful mansions and the olive groves and the farms. You can see brighter lights here than down in the city, dancing from the windows of the manses. And then you reach Alsakatia, your home. And it doesn't look really any different than it did the last time you were here. Out beyond it, you can see the silhouettes of olive trees swaying in the wind. You can hear the sort of music that their branches and leaves make. You can smell the earth. And out in front of your home, which is lit, there are lights on inside, are a couple of guards standing, watching. One of them smacks the other one in the shoulder as you and Van approach, and Van attempts to untwine his fingers from Marilla's.
Nope.
He gulps and he flushes a little bit under the moonlight, and then nods and continues walking. And one of the guards, and you have your house guards, there's about 20 of them. It's a small force. It's not an army, but it is your houses. One of the guards, an older human who served your father for a long time, certainly longer than you've been here in Balic, just sort of grunts out, "Lux Marilla, you're home."
I am. Here to conduct the business of House Acacia.
Yes, of course. You should come inside. There's someone who...
I imagine a lot has happened in my absence.
Indeed. He opens the door, one of the two double doors, and the younger guard scrambles to grab the other one and pull it open as well, and you can see the light spill out of the foyer into where you are outside. And inside, you don't see any servants in the main area here. There are several other guards posted, and they look ready for anything. They look very on edge. And you see pacing just beyond the foyer, Lord Atlas of House Sereno, the old elven lord of that house, who journeyed with you for quite some time until you were separated at Fort Calvis. One of the last people to be with your father.
I hold Van's hand the whole way as I come in, letting him trail me just a little bit, but bringing him in under my umbrella of he's with me, and let go of his hand when he's right near the spot to the left of the head of the table. And then we'll proceed forward to Lord Atlas. Just, he's here now. Get used to it.
It is noticed by the guards. They don't, it's not unkind looks, but just sort of strange, odd looks as the two of you walk hand in hand. And Van, for his part, he just sort of smiles and waves as he walks by them. Until you release his hand and he takes his spot and kind of looking awkward and small. And Lord Atlas has seen you at this point as you're approaching. And there's a lot of concern in his eyes, but also a smile. And when you get a little bit closer, he says, Lux Marilla. Oh, this is a blessing.
Lordship. It's good to see you well.
I didn't think I would ever see you again. I had hoped. Akasha is my granddaughter.
Well, and is in the city on her own business and affairs. She's unharmed, my lord.
Oh. Well, thank you for bringing her back and staying with her. Thank you for coming back. I know there's much for you to tell me. I have no idea what happened to you, but you have arrived in time, Lux Marilla.
in time?
Your father, after you went wherever you went, was attacked, was poisoned. But I brought him back. I treated him as well as I could. My salves. He's not doing well, but he's still with us. Here.
Where is he? He's alive. He's alive.
Yes, of course he's alive.
Thank you. Marilla sinks to their knees in a thank you. Very just overawed. Thank you. I don't know what you did. Thank you. Rises up again, remembers himself. Where is he? Can I see him?
He smiles a little bit and reaches out to try to put a hand on Marilla's shoulder, a supportive hand on their shoulder. He says, yes, of course you can. He's in his room. I tend to him every couple of hours, treating his wound. He's resting much, but you should see him.
I'm grateful for your care, Lordship, and will, if you'll pardon me just a moment, take your advice presently.
Yes, here, and he reaches over to the table where there's several salves set out in these clay bowls inside are pastes, liquid paste. And he picks one up and he offers it to you, and he says, you may want to treat the wound once more tonight. If you don't mind, I should be getting back to Akasha.
Do you have any of your own house guard with you, Lord Atlas?
They're at my house currently.
Please, would you do me the kindness, then, of taking an escort from our own house? Given what happened to my father, especially things being as they are, all Marilla can think of is that list and Lord Atlas's position upon it.
Of course. And thank you. Our houses. We will survive this together.
And ours owes you a great debt for everything you've done for my father.
Well, you brought my Akasha back to me.
I assure you she would bring herself.
Yes, that's true. I'm sorry, and you can see that he's bouncing a little bit.
And Marilla's the same, like slightly repulsed magnets wanting to go in the directions of their loved ones.
That's what happens. And some of the guards who are here, they overheard, and they moved to begin forming an escort to take Lord Atlas back to his house. Van stands awkwardly, eyes dancing on the other side of the table. And he's just sort of smiles to you and he says, I knew it was going to be okay.
It doesn't... Something happened. I should see him.
Wait.
Yes?
I'll wait for you here if you want. For as long as you want.
You might like the study. Just down that way.
He looks towards where there's an ajar door and the smell of books, even from here. Like old, and it's not, books aren't very common. But I think Lord Akatia and House Akatia has been around long enough that they have a few. And
That is absolutely an Akachia flex.
right. And he bobs his head and he says, "Okay, I'll wait for you there."
All right. See you.
He slips off.
Merla exits the room with dignity and then moves.
And it's been a while since you've been in Lord Atlas's room. There's 2 guards stationed outside of it now. And when they see you approach, they bow their heads, looking solemn but dutiful. And one of them says to you just very quietly, "He's sleeping now, but you can wake him."
I will. Yes. Thank you. And moves on in.
Inside the room, there are more medical healing supplies, empty jars and salves that have already been used and kind of discarded. It's a bit of a mess. Lucius would never allow his room to look like this typically. And in his large bed, he's tucked underneath silk covers, not wearing his standard toga. He's actually entirely bare upper torso. And you can see on his face, which looks like it's aged so much since the last time you've seen him, these black lines that are kind of running across his face look like maybe they're veins. He's breathing, but it's a little labored.
I approach and actually very gently get onto the top of the bed alongside so that I could be close, because large, noble bed. Bedside is like 3 feet away.
Right, yeah.
But I think that's almost certainly the first time that Merida's ever gotten... That feels almost too personal for, their father. But this time they do. They bring the salve that Lord Atlas said and sort of look their father over for just a moment, look at his breathing, see if that motion on the bed stirs him, or whether he's sleeping very deeply. Merla wants to wake him up, but doesn't want to intentionally disturb him.
There's a shift beneath the sheets as you settle down onto the bed, and then very slowly, Lord Lucius's eyes flutter open. They stare up towards the hanging silk up above the bed that's draped up above, and then drift down to you. And he speaks quietly, even quieter than your father's voice normally is. "Am I dead?"
No, your lordship. I'm back.
Marilla. You can see that he's trying to focus. Where did you go?
I was pulled away to some plane of existence that if I told you of it, it would sound like a fever dream. What is important is that I'm back with my family and with my house in our city.
Ooh. Marilla.
Father,
Karuk. Karuk did this to me. Karuk did this to our house. I know it.
why?
I don't know. I don't know.
What is it you've been doing? What haven't you been telling me?
He reaches. He can't quite get there for a clay mug of water.
Mage hand over. Just nudge it so that it's like absolutely subtly in his grasp.
He takes it and slowly sits up, and you can see that he's wrapped. His chest is wrapped where he's wounded, and close to where his heart is, there's some grime, from where the wrappings probably need changed. And he draws the water to his mouth, and he drinks some of it and clears his throat. And he looks over at you and he says, I've been doing my best to protect our house. When I was younger, your age, I dabbled, more than dabbled, in forbidden magics. I've been trying to be stronger.
Well, did you find any that would help?
I think you know that I didn't.
I was worried about you.
I was worried about you, Marilla. I'm not good at people or at being a father. I know this. But I think I knew the first day you came to this home, that you were always meant to lead this house. But you were special, and now I've seen it again and again with my own eyes. I am very, very proud of you.
I love you. And very gingerly put their arms around him.
There's a
I love you, Father.
bit of a pained, then he slowly wraps his arms around you too. He says, I love you, Marilla. I consider myself so lucky to have you as my offspring.
Please, just I'm supposed to do for House Akatya. How I'm supposed to fix all of this.
I don't understand what's going on. The cults, the snakes, Taruk, Tumbledore, all of it. I've tried. I don't understand. What I do understand, Marilla, is that Taruk put a dagger almost through my heart, with a smile on his face. I don't know how to save this city, or how to lead this house. Under my watch, this house has withered. It's become full of ghosts. If I survive, I will no longer be the head of this house, Marilla. I am relinquishing that right to you. I will help you however I can. But I trust your intelligence, your ability, and your wisdom much more than I trust my own.
Very well. Marilla draws back and sits up on the bed. Then it is the will of House Akatya that you should get well. As the head of house, liaises with Taruk of House Jarko. You must get well, and live, and thrive. And it advise us for a very long time.
He slips back down so that his head's resting on the pillow again and just kind of turns over his head, and both corners of his lips turn up in a small smile. And he says, I'll do my very best, Marilla. Lux, Marilla.
No one has ever been more dutiful in the service of House Akatya, your lordship. I have no doubt you shall be faithful to the house in this as well. And Marilla reaches across him to set the salve down on that bedside table, leans back over, kisses the ring, but really the father's hand. You rest now, your lordship. I will be back very soon, once I've dealt with Taruk.
He opens his mouth to say something else and then closes it, and a moment later his eyes slide shut again. He's still breathing slowly, but obviously exhausted.
I let him to sleep and leave his room. And the guards could probably notice somehow Marilla seems taller. My intent is to go to the head of House Draco as soon as possible. No, Now, one more thing first. I will go to the study. Bless him, not for Van. I'm going to find the rest of my father's spell components and any other orbs he might have picked up with these forbidden magics. Then,
As you pass through, Taruk, as you pass through the hall outside your father's room, whether or not they overheard the conversation inside the room, they take notice of Marilla's posture, height, changed demeanor, and both of them, in turn, bow. Lux Marilla. And you pass through the halls of your house into the study, where Van's waiting smiling, and you can see circling the table there up in the air a number of those obsidian orbs slowly turning around, marked with arcane runes. But that's where we're going to cut away from this scene and go elsewhere in the city to find out what else our adventurers are getting into. Charlie, welcome back to Dark Sun. Hello, friend.
Hi, Brent.
So the last time we saw Dia was on top of the Obsidian Spire. You've since returned to Balic and parted ways temporarily with your companions. And it's late at night now. Dawn is quickly approaching. You can start to see the colors changing in the sky. I'm curious to know, as Nadia's moving through the city and heading where she's going, what's running through her mind? How is she processing the recent events or what she's planning to do next?
Ever since taking over the ship and the connection with the Traveler, I think anytime her mind would zone out, it's been filled with the stars, it's been filled with yuan-ti and battles and just really distant feeling battles, though not personal battles. And then she'd focus and she'd remember the very personal battles that are going on. And she's been thinking as strategically as she can, trying to figure out where all the pieces are in this puzzle, because at the end of the day, she left Balic to come back and save Balic. And she's not sure she's actually made any progress. Because it's chaos. She hasn't seen half the leaders of the other house in a little while. They went to some strange place. But she does have this cube. This cube that can reveal the secrets of this, I guess, hidden disruption within the city. And it ties into a very personal revenge because of the relationship with her mother that had been tampered with. So that's the point where she knows she has to start. She has to start with her family, and then she needs to figure out the rest. And she's played a lot with the embroidery on the ends of that scarf, the last message from her brother, where he clearly didn't get it.
As you're moving through the city, it's quiet. You can see lamp lights spilling out from homes. You can sense the tension in the air, and you've learned of the political situation. You've learned of House Jarko's rebellion against House Tomblador, and you said you're returning to your family. That's where you would be going.
I think she goes first by her old studio, where the journey began, to set down some things and maybe collect a few things. She left some pieces covered in dust sheets and some items, and she knows that someone out there knew this was her place. She remembers that first night being followed, or not so successfully followed, by the would-be assassin. So she's curious to see if, that small bubble that was hers is still even there. it's already been taken over by someone else, if it's been destroyed for any reason. Maybe there are some things there that she could collect.
Returning to your studio in the Guild District, the Guilders District, this area of the city, which is one of the wealthier areas of the city, it's where the arts are, it's where the theater is. This area has seen a good deal of fighting. There's been looting. Some of the buildings have been broken into or burned down. Tonight, right now, the forces that are vying for the soul of Balic have withdrawn to wherever they're holed up, preparing for the next day, and it's quiet. But returning to your studio, it's definitely been broken into. In the inside, you can see that there's some things taken. Thieves don't typically know what's of the actual most value. They're likely to take whatever seems like it might be immediately valuable. And so there's art pieces missing. A couple of jewels are missing. Most of your actual supplies, crafting supplies, all of that's been left behind, but the place is a mess. It's a wreck.
And to gather herself, she sits in the middle of it all, begins slowly laying out each of her things in nice order. And Don, with minor illusion, I'd like to have music playing as if, drifting in from a happier night. Maybe the theater down the street had an opera singer or something. And she's essentially having that memory play, and she'll have it as loud as she can to share it with the neighborhood in a way, but mostly it's for herself to go back to the bubble, because she's also been trying to hide a number of her thoughts from certain god queens and things who live in her brain now. And I think the lantern is kind of placed dead in front of her, opposite her, as if a guest to the moment.
That purple flame is dim but hungry. You can sense the hunger of the traveler's soul that you've captured in your lantern. As the music plays and you kind of gather any supplies that you want to take with you and organize them through that broken doorway in your home, you can see the street beyond where that music is coming from. And there in the middle of the street, under the moonlight, an old elven couple just dancing slowly, romantically, alone, like nobody's watching them. You can see them drift in front of the door from the street beyond and sway and circle each other and then drift out of view and then drift back into view and then out of view.
She takes a breath and makes sure the music plays just a little longer for them. Collects up her things and whispers to the jar, "Time to get back to work." And she'll focus, and I'd like to use sending to warn my brother I'm on my way. You better be up and ready. There's a lot to do.
You send the message to your brother, and now because your powers are returning to you, your magic is returning to you, you don't need the scarf anymore. You can just do it with your mind. You can send this message, and not just to your brother. You can send a message to anyone you know, anyone you're familiar with, but you send this message to your brother, and you only get one word back. That word is help.
Another breath, and she's about set to leave, and she catches herself in the reflection of a beaten copper bowl that used to have fruit in the most opulent of times. Usually dried, but still there, and it's empty now. But she catches her reflection, she can see those dark roots And she hurriedly looks around the room and she wants to try and find any of her hair oil. Because if she's going to see her brother, she's going to look her best.
And I'll say the thieves didn't take your hair oil. That's not something that would have stood out to them.
Nope. Gonna get my little bottle of oil. And she begins just to whack it into the roots. And she's doing it quickly because he said help. And I think her mind is going to attempt to stretch as she feels that power coming back. And she's going to try and reach out to Taruk. And the question for him would be, and where are you, Taruk?
There's a long wait before there's any sort of answer. And Taruk says, I'm going to the palace.
There's a half smirk, but it's a little sarcastic. Good, she thinks to herself. And she sniffs her fingertips still covered in that oil, and she remembers his patchy dye job. And she tucks the oil into her pocket and remembers that gut-churning suspicion that Taruk is not Taruk. And as her hand is in her pocket with that oil, she reaches for the cube and runs her fingertips just over the runes. And then she does hurry, because she knows if Taruk's on his way to the palace, there is about to be an entire thing.
You cut through the city streets, unhindered, quickly, weaving through the maze and around to the Megalenion, this rising hill in the center of the city, and at its center, all of the government buildings, including Caesar's palace. And it's even closer to dawn by the time you arrive. You can actually see the red bleeding streaking through the sky as you climb this rather steep hill and move through what used to be Caesar's garden, now just ash after the attack on Caesar several weeks, months ago. And as you approach the gates to the central area outside of the palace, you can see that through the gates are the pitched tents, the constructed anti-siege machines and weaponry of House Tomlador. You see the House Tomlador soldiers, some of them stirring, waking, cooking breakfast, like they're camped out in front of the palace. And then two old but well-appointed and respected House Tomlador guards at the gate. And for a moment, they raise their spears and cross them over each other as you start to step up. And then there's a little gasp from one of them, and he lowers his spear and he says, "Hail, I pray to Nadia. Welcome home."
She inclines her head politely, and as she does so, she'll use Mask of Many Faces, not so much to disguise herself, but to reveal herself, as she shows to these old guards the face they would know best, with dark hair, blue, purpley eyes. I forget what color it was exactly, Don. Remind me. Yeah, that's right.
I think it was purple. I think you were going
I think it was purple, yeah. I can't remember. And the very ornate jewelry that she had worn when she'd been High Praetor. Fine artisanal designs. And then as her head raises, she's back to the Dia that we would all recognize.
You can see the shiver up the spine of the other guard as he watches this, obviously uncomfortable with the magic, but the old guard, one that has personally watched out for you before, even when you were young, a child in the house growing up, doesn't seem fazed by this, and he swings open the wooden gate, and he says, "Your mother will be expecting you, I pray to."
Thank you. And she turns to the more fearful one. Thank you. Don't worry, it's just a memory. She tries to assuage his fears a little that she's doing high, scary magic. And she'll, just with confidence, like she owns the palace, walk through the door.
You cross through where the Tomblador army, or at least a large portion of the house's personal army, is camped and gathered through a well-beaten dirt path that tramps up what once was probably grassy, beautiful grounds, now just beaten under boots, destroyed, up to the White Palace, this gleaming ivory, magnificent palace that it just looks a lot dirtier than the last time you saw it. Now vacant of Caesar, now ruled by your house. The doors swing open, and when you move into the palace itself, the grand entrance room has been reorganized. It's been crafted into something like a throne room. And within this room, dozens and dozens of individuals, both servants of House Tomblador and the nobility themselves, the patricians. They are writhing on the ground in some sort of ecstasy, crawling over each other and through each other, embracing and breaking away, moving from group to group, slithering. And at the far end of this throne room, you see a seat that's crafted from some sort of crimson metal. Does not belong here, must have been brought here somehow. This massive seat at which sits your mother, wearing a black toga with spiked, sharp shoulder blades, and wrapped around her head, as always, the white linen that covers her missing eyes that were taken when she became a high patrician of Balic. And on either side of her, two large mall guards.
Now then, Mother, I know you're blind, but really, you've let things get so dirty in here.
There's music playing from one corner of the room, perhaps magic. You don't see a bard. Strange, sort of alien music. And do you enter fully? Do you approach the throne? As you step through the room, roll me an Arcana roll. Yep.
Ooh, I'm scrolled way too high up. Sorry. There we go. A whole 5. Done.
Whole 5.
You're
You're not sure what's happening, but you see the effect of it, at least. As you pass through these writhing groups of individuals, their gasps and sighs of pleasure and pain stop, and a confused look crosses their faces. They stop writhing around on the ground as you pass by them, and they scramble back, fearful, confused, looking at you as you approach your mother. And when you get closer to the throne, you watch as the black toga and the head wrap break away from your mother's body. You see her skin rip away from what's underneath. The same of the two mole guards here, those large, muscular warriors. Their skin cracks and sheds, and they all cry out in surprise, pain, as they transform into yuan-ti before your eyes, the largest of which once looked like your mother, now just a large snake with 3 heads, all staring down at you, their tongue flickering. Behind you, cries of alarm from the others gathered here.
And now we meet. And really, the pleasure's all mine. Now, where's my brother? and she's just walking through. She doesn't care about anyone else in this room. She's here for one very specific thing, and she'll deal with the mess later. And just, she's walking with the maximum arrogance and obliviousness that she can summon to her. Like, I think anyone who knows her super well would notice the tiniest flickers of her eyes to her peripheral vision, counting the faces, seeing who she recognizes, but mostly she's just dead down the middle as much as she can, stepping over people if she has to get to the person she wants to address to find her brother.
And there's more chaos behind you as some people run from the room. Some of the guards here begin to line up on the back side of the room closer to the door you entered from, scrambling and looking for their weapons that they've dropped all over the room, trying to figure out what's happening next. As you approach, the yuan-ti that has long since replaced your mother speaks to you inside your mind. And she says, "I was told you were coming, that you have entered the service of our great goddess. Your brother is to be sacrificed so that she may enter this world. It takes the blood of a king, and your brother will have to do."
No.
There's a rattling sound from the two sword-wielding guards on either of her sides, and she almost looks like two of her three heads smile. Her snake-like heads smile. One of them hisses at you, bars its sharp, fanged teeth, and then that voice again. "It's not your will that matters. You cannot stop what is coming, but you can rise and take your brother's place as queen of this city."
I never wanted to be queen of this city. She looks to each of the guards, that central figure. I'll not ask again. Where is my brother?
The answer is an confusing image. Do you have any sort of spells, any any read thoughts or anything like that you can use here to help yourself out?
I think if she sees them kind of worming in front of her, she'll turn the second request into a command. And I'm going to command them.
This is through the use of your soul jar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's this look like? And you get one command word.
I do. All right, what word is going to be I'm going to think about while I explain what this looks like. So the entire way she's had that soul jar, that lantern in hand. She used it to light the street as she walked. She used it to see the scars of the city. And now it casts a strange... It's that burning ultraviolet where the purple blue is just too strong and it hurts your eyes just a little. And it catches anything in this room. The white linen that had been discarded, it now glows that ultraviolet color. And Dia's hair for a moment kind of looks highlighter yellow as the color glows and comes through her. And she thinks to herself a word of thanks to the traveler. And considering she's made her request twice, I think the command word is now.
You can feel the resistance, but this being like one of your new warlock abilities, when you use the soul jar to cast the command spell, it automatically succeeds. They can't resist it. And you get the answer you're seeking. It's an image, and clear because of your command. It's the top of Mount Laeron on the east side of the city, amidst drifting silt clouds. You see the great statue of the dragon of Athos, the dragon of the tablelands, an ancient and menacing creature. And the statue's detail is so incredibly lifelike that for a second, it almost looks like he's there in that image. You see gathered around the statue's base, the feet, the claws, number of yuan-ti wearing strange alien clothes, slithering and forming a circle, and your brother, Caesar Caledon. He looks a little less handsome than the last time you saw him, like he's been put through an ordeal, and he is tied to one of the dragon's feet. You're watching them prepare this ritual. And then the image ends, and you hear the yuan-ti's voice again speak to you. You can't stop it. You're out of time.
No. If I am to be High Priestess, the ritual will wait for me. Make them wait, and I will go.
Several things happen next, Nadia. Chaos within the throne room and chaos without. First, the chaos within. The House Tomblador guards, having realized finally that they've been bewitched, that these shapeshifters have infiltrated their very house, have drawn their bows, and they unleash a volley of arrows across the room. You see them thump, 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 light up these three yuan-ti. The three-headed one slumps back down into the throne, one of her heads still writhing, slightly twitching. The other two drop dead. And then it's like an explosion in the distance, but it's not an explosion. And through the large window to your right, you have a perfect vista of the northern part of Balic. This goes from the White Palace to the docks. What you see there is a gargantuan snake rising from the Silt Sea, one that you faced before, one that you fought in Ultaruk, Tir Aman. You see it rising from the sea, crashing its way towards the docks. You hear a call from behind you, that old guard. I pray to Nadia. What are we to do?
Call the men. Kill them all. And in her head, she's going to scream for Taruk to get up to the mountain. If it is him, he'll go. If it's not, then she'll know. Basically, she needs someone else to move up to go and get her brother with her, and these guys need to stay here and deal with this. And does she know of a captain within House Tomblador who would have a ship out that way? Out where the snake had just risen?
You can see through the window as you go to the window. A few things.
Already on fire.
Not yet, but the Tomblador Navy has returned. It's docked. You can see it gathered at the docks of the harbor. That includes your father's massive silt ship. There's chaos there. You're not sure what's happening, but obviously people are aware that this thing is coming. You also see, now that you're right at the window looking up, there's a ship in the sky, and it's not your ship. It's not the Spelljammer. It's some smaller vessel. It looks different. And it looks like it's drifting down towards the city.
Shit. Father. She reaches to see if she can find her father out on that ship. And it's a timid daughter's voice. She doesn't mean it to be, but that's what comes out as she is taking in this chaos and having to think very rapidly.
You get an answer from your father, and it's chaotic. It's not words, it's an image. You see him from his eyes on the deck of his ship at the docks, rallying the Tomblador Navy to prepare to defend the city against this massive, monstrous thing.
He's doing what he needs to. She takes a breath and she is gonna hurry out of this room. She's gonna call for that guard to come with her and bring 2-3 men, but everyone else needs to stay and defend the palace. And as she begins to pick up speed, moving through the city towards where her brother is, she's going to try 2 more sendings. One, okay. She's going to try and reach out to those who had been on the Spelljammer. But specifically, I think she runs through all of their names, and they may all briefly like catch a snatch of her voice saying their name. But it's Horson she settles on, and it's Horson that she warns that Balic will burn if he cannot help. And then with her final thought, her final reach of her mind before she decides it's probably too dangerous to keep playing this game, she's going to reach out and she's going to see if she can find Caesar. Somewhere in this world, if he is still alive, she is going to scream into his brain to tell her where he is.
Do you mean your brother, or do you mean Caesar Andronicus?
Caesar! The one true Caesar.
Roll me an insight check.
Right. 10.
You're not sure if your messages to the others reach them. It's like maybe something's trying to stop you now, trying to keep you from organizing too much. I'll let you pick one of the crew members to send a message to, if that's Horson.
Yeah, Horson.
What do you tell Horson exactly?
That he needs to help save the city of Balic.
Do you say how or where?
Right, save the city of Balic. Need many men, please. Palace. Dockyard. Mountain. Thank you. 25. Something like that. Whatever.
And I won't make you roll for the second part, because in your mind is the Queen of Guthay, the Queen of the yuan-ti, and when you reach out to Caesar Andronicus to try to find out where he is, you don't get an answer from Caesar Andronicus, you get an answer from the Snake Queen. And what you see is like a spider's view from a wall in a great crimson altar room somewhere far away. You see there a number of individuals. You would recognize Rysar Ruathamir standing over Caesar's bloodied body, dead, in a little crevice on the floor, drained of its blood. And then that image ends.
And all thoughts of messages fade as she picks up pace. And she'll use any knowledge she has to get the quickest route to where her brother is. She'll climb things, she'll steal things, just as fast as she can across the city with the handful of guards that followed.
And as you push through the city, you can hear, you're heading east towards the mountain, towards Laron. You can hear fighting pick up from the direction you came from. You can't see what's happening as you twist through the streets. You hear fighting from the north as well, near the docks, and you're aware that there are multiple fronts to whatever is happening right now being fought across the city. You begin to pass into the market precinct towards the mountain using the back streets. And as you do, we're going to cut away from this scene. We're going to go visit break screen. So friends, stick around, grab some snacks and some drinks, hang out for a little while. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to check in on some of the other folks in our group. You'll get to see everyone today. I'm really excited about it, but stick around. We will be back. Yay. And we're back from our break. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. If you're just jumping into Rise of the Veiled Alliance, this is the first part of our epic finale, our crossover between two campaigns. And I want to say a special welcome back to Dark Sun once again to my friend Toby. Hey, Toby.
Aww. Hey, friend Don, of the famous Dungeons and Dragons, as I dubbed it, almost a year ago.
Oh, wow. Wow, it's been a long year. It's been a very long year.
Been mainly a terrible year, other than this wonderful little oasis of Dungeons and Dragons with my new American friends.
Yes. Today I am your dungeon master, Toby, at least for right now, as we are co-DMing and co-running all of these great people coming together for this showdown in Balic. And when we last saw Rysar, which was in Tales from the Silt Expanse, you were on your yuan-ti vessel, powered by the orb that used to be in the Sirocco. You moved between the lands within the wind, and in doing so, you basically transported yourself from the Moongu Thay back to the city of Balic on Rysar's command. And when we last saw you on the ship, day was dawning over the Silt Sea. The ship is descending towards the city, but something else was happening too, something rising from the Silt Sea, a massive, gargantuan, Godzilla-sized snake coming up from the silt, swirling towards the docks. And in the docks themselves, House Tomblador Navy returned from their venture, gathered, shouting, preparing to fight. Your friends, Kronkwall, Kita, and Rickus, still on the ship, but Rysar, you had another idea. What is it that, describe for us what somebody who might have a bird's eye view would see as we join Rysar here at the start of the session?
So I think they would see Rysar trying to calm his companions, steel them for the fight to come, use his not insignificant charisma to instill a sense of strength and camaraderie and jolly good stuff, and only the most insightful or perceptive of them might think. Maybe Rysar's sad about one of, like, literally 50% of his friends in the universe being dead now. Anyway, and then, without another word, as the ship sails in the sky over Balic, Rysar is not going to put this on, but Toby is, because I'm scared of heights. And this is my flying hat. He's going to step up onto the edge, the balustrade, balcony, something, guardrail of the ship, and fall off down to the city below, and he's going to cast Featherfall. It looks fantastic, but I can't hear you, Don.
Yeah, naturally. So Rysar, as you're flying through the city, your hair whipping back with the wind, your robes tussling, and you're kind of getting a better view of what's below. You can see campfires burning from what once was Caesar's garden on the hill that rises at the center of the city. The ivory palace that Caesar once held looks dirty and dusty, like it hasn't been cleaned in some time. And you can see that there's a good deal of destruction in the city itself. It looks like there have been pitched battles being waged, and there are large groups of people rushing through the streets, moving away from the maze, which is the poor, like, sort of slums near the docks. That's where the creature's approaching. But I'm going to say, since you're pretty high up in the air and your feather falling, I'll kind of let you choose where you're trying to drop off to. Where is it you're trying to get to in Balic?
Well, I want to, on the way down, with my superior intelligence, far superior than my own intelligence. It's tricky to roleplay sometimes. I'm going to try and take a mental note of how the battles are panning out with this like unique bird's eye view. Also, can I note if are the battles between citizens or yuan-ti and citizens?
Okay, roll me an insight check.
Insight is 11. Not great, to be honest. Not great.
So with an 11, I'll let you ask me one question, and I'll give you one answer about what you can glean from the bird's eye view, insight into what it might mean. What is it you're trying to figure out that's most important?
Are the battles in the streets between Balicans, as in a power struggle, or just writing, or is it between yuan-ti invaders and Balicans?
You're positive that this must be a battle between houses, and specifically, it looks like it's the western part of the city where most of the damage is, close to the Megalenion. Like most of the damage seems to be concentrated around the maze and the southeastern portion of the arena district. You would guess that since House Tomblador is stationed at the Megalenion where Caesar used to rule, that House Jarko and maybe others too, but House Jarko is fighting or being attacked by House Tomblador, one way or the other. You're not sure which is the instigator, but those are the two houses based on where the damage is located. You would expect to be fighting each other. The eastern part of the city, the market district, where a lot of the Elvish population lives, seems to be comparatively more untouched.
Okay. Rysar thinks to himself, that's my district. And would like to start James Bond skydiving himself towards the Criterion.
Excellent. All right. So it's a hot day now that the sun is rising. Even in the sky, even with the wind blowing against your skin, it's still hot. And the closer you get to the city streets, the hotter it becomes. And you can see that there is active fighting in the streets right now around the Criterion as you approach. It looks like you see House Wavir soldiers actively fighting against a couple of gladiators you recognize from your days going and watching the Criterion. Outside of the Criterion, you see beasts that probably were in the Criterion in cages have been unleashed onto the street. And you see a mechalot that's like rampaging, smashing this giant turtle, rampaging through a street, crashes through a building. There's a few House Wavir soldiers that are fighting against it, but they're getting out of its way as it comes trampling closer to them. What's your approach here?
Well, I am going to try to get, if I can, get into the Criterion. Is it an open top arena, I guess?
It is. It is an open coliseum. You could drop right in.
I think I'll try and do that unless I can see like there's all like Jedis and Sith all over the place or whatever.
Roll me a perception check as you drop down, but it's certainly the Criterion itself. People are not holed up there en masse.
Okay. Perception, you said?
Yeah.
13. Okay. Mediocre.
I
love my mediocre starts.
You're able to drop down to the floor of the Criterion itself. This is where the gladiators wage battle against each other and against beasts when there were spectators. I don't know if Rysar's ever been here when the stands are empty, entirely empty. Has Rysar ever been on the floor where the gladiators fight, or has he always been above looking down?
I think I have, because it's sort of so close to my district, like part of my district. I think Rysar has explored the place. As I land, I definitely think to myself, in the back of my mind, I always thought I might end up standing in this arena. Quite pleased there's no monsters in it.
Right as you think that, you hear a growl and a howl from behind you, and then a thump, 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 thump. And up in one of the stands, the lower stand right behind you, you see a large, half-giant sized ape. This creature has white fur, 4 arms, and where it should have an upper skull, you just see a throbbing brain. And it howls again, grabs the edge of the arena overlook, and leaps down towards you. What do you do?
I engage it in melee combat. Obviously, I don't. Is there? Where's like the closest exit? How my aim is to try and get myself below the Criterion, because I suspect a friend might be there.
Okay.
And yeah, sort of avoiding this creature if possible.
So it's moving pretty quickly, but you would know that from here to get to the sort of tunnels that stretch beneath the Criterion and in the entire city, really, there is an entrance through. There's 2 entrances on the Criterion floor. There's the Gladiator entrance, which goes to the Gladiator Warrens, and then there's the Monster entrance that goes to the Monster Warrens. The entrance to the Undercity is through the Monster Warrens because they would never put gladiators so close to the secret tunnels underneath the city. That means you're going to have to run past this creature trying to find a way around it.
That is absolutely fine. Do I know anything about this creature? Have I come across them before?
You've probably seen gladiators fight them before. They come from the forest ridge beyond the Ringing Mountains. They're very high valued. They're very, very strong, very fast, and they do have some psionic abilities as well.
Yay! Okay, that was my fear. So I'd need to get past this thing. And what are the sort of distances involved? How close is it to me? How far away is the monster gate?
I'd say the monster right now is about 30 feet away from you, and you're about 100 feet away from the gate to the monster warren, which has been shattered open. It is just wreckage right now.
Do I think that this creature uses senses other than sight, such as smell or the way? Do I think invisibility would work to get around it, or do I think it would just go squishy elf?
Roll me a nature check.
I hope nature's based on intelligence. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh, okay. 24.
You know that this creature has very perceptive sense of smell, in particular, but that it can't see you if you're invisible. It doesn't have some sort of psionic sight that can see you, but it would certainly be able to smell you. So invisibility would help. Would it keep following you, you're not sure.
Yeah. Okay. I am just gonna try. I'm stealthy anyway. I was thinking of like maybe misty stepping through it and carry on sprinting, but it will just chase me and eat me. So I'm gonna cast invisibility.
Okay.
And
What do you do?
move.
What do you do after you cast it?
Sorry, say again.
What are you doing after you cast it? What's the rest of your turn?
Okay, I am moving not too fast, and I'm trying to not have. Do I think they're quite intelligent, these things, or just like primal?
They are primal, but they have psionic intelligence. If that makes sense, like a lot of beasts in Athos.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to basically move off on the diagonal, not trying to not kick up sand and stuff. And I might even pick up the odd rock as I move. Fucking chuck it the other way to try and confuse it.
I like it. Roll me a stealth check with advantage. And see if you can beat its passive perception.
I'm pleased that was with advantage, Don, because the first roll was a 3 plus 2. Second roll was a natural 20.
Nice. Okay, so you have this thing that happens after you cast invisibility, and you're kind of like trying to sidestep around it without making too much noise or kicking up sand. And the creature's like beating its chest with its forearms. It's picking up like pieces of debris and just flipping them angrily. It howls again, and it's getting closer and closer to you, smelling. And then you throw the rock, and when it hits the stands, just past you, the creature turns that way and it leaps through the air and smashes through a stone stand, crumbling it. You can see it just throwing a piece of the stand up into the air and continuing to sniff around in that direction. And you have a sense that, like, if you wanted to make a run for it, now's your chance.
I'm making a run for it.
You dash into the tunnel that leads to the monster warrens, and here beneath the Criterion, I think you've probably been here on tour before, there's so many different cells and they're all different sizes. The bars, the caging is different. It's all very, very specific to the kind of creature that's meant to be contained there, because various creatures in Athos have different abilities. They're harder to contain. Some of these cells have psionic wards on them to keep those creatures, like, for instance, the Gauge, from using its psionic ability to break free. All of these cages, all of these doors have either been destroyed or open, and it's just a dark, echoing underwarren, empty of any beasts, empty of any people that you can see as you're kind of making your way through this maze. There's shadows down here, even with your ability to kind of see in the dark. You're not really always certain that you're alone, but you don't see anything. It's just like a presence. Like you feel like you're being watched as you move through this way. What's Rysar kind of trying to do here? What's his approach?
Well, I am hoping my good friends of House Jarko are stashed away somewhere in the Undercity. So I want to try and get down, I guess, try and continue exploring and see if there's any sort of trapdoors or maybe concealed tunnels or holes.
There is a trapdoor, and not getting killed. There is a trapdoor that you're aware of. You've been shown it before while Taruk took you through here. And it's in a cell that never gets filled. It looks like a very, like a dangerous monster would be kept there, but they never actually put anything there. That door, too, has been broken. The seal, the psionic ward, broken. And the trap door is open. You can see footprints, boot prints, moving in each direction to the trapdoor and away from the trapdoor, many of them.
Okay. I am going to carefully descend. I'm assuming there's no... I mean, I'm keeping an eye out for any sort of traps or that kind of thing. But I'm kind of assuming probably in the hurry they've disarmed anything like that.
Roll me a perception check as you climb down this stone ladder that's kind of built into the Undercity.
15.
You reach the bottom of the ladder, which is actually a rather long climb. And when you get to the tunnel below, you can see that the area where House Jarko would usually stay pulled up, if they're gathering their guards, their mercenaries, their gladiators, there is a dim flickering light around this long tunnel bouncing off of the stone that suggests that somebody might be here if you turn the corner.
Yeah, I am going to slowly and quietly advance around while still invisible.
You peer around the corner and you see a large chamber in the Undercity where there's a number of cots that have been set up, some rough tables made out of barrels or stone slabs. You can see half-finished food, half-finished water left on these tables. Some of the cots, the linen that's on top of them, stained with blood that doesn't look like it's that old. You only see one individual in this large room, even though there's weapons around. It looks like maybe a large force was recently here. One dark-robed individual sorting through a number of these obsidian cubes with writing on them, turning the cube over, turning it over, and reading it, putting it down, picking up another cube.
Are they sending stones?
They're not like your sending stone. You would recognize this as being like a pretty common way for House Jarko to keep track of its inventory or take notes on activities.
Okay, but are they like sort of magical things?
No, it's just that paper is more rare than stone, so this is what they write on.
Oh. Okay, does it look like Taruk?
Too small to be Taruk.
I'm going to advance closer. Like, where's D&D? So let's say 30 foot away.
Okay, yeah. You can hear sort of hiss from beneath the robe, and then they start taking the stones and throwing them into a leather bag, a leather satchel. Roll me another stealth check. You'll have advantage on this too.
Does it sound like a snaky hiss?
Oh yeah, for sure.
God damn! Lucky this character's built for combat, right? Am I right? Stealth. That would be a 5.
You step on a clay cup filled with water as you're traipsing through the room, and you get to 30 feet away, and the sound of it spins this robed figure's head around. You can see 2 green slitted eyes, a humanoid face, but a long flickering tongue. And after they shove the last of these stones in their satchel, they reach within their robe and draw a pair of long curved daggers with a snake hilt carved from some sort of light colored stone, and look down at the broken plate and look around, and they begin to creep forward towards you in your general direction.
Nice. Normally, Rysar would run the fudge away. You know what? I think I fancy a dance. So, I am going to use the power of the way to cast Prophetic Strike. And I'm just going to try and kill this fucking snake bastard. From a position of advantage. Yeah, I'm going to attack with my Elven Longblade. God, this is probably the worst. It's because we're at the end. I'm like, fuck it. I hate these snakes.
If you imagine that our audience could see through your invisibility, what would this look like? Is this snake is creeping closer and closer to you, not able to see you, but like listening, and every once in a while its tongue flicks out and kind of smells with its flat nose and creeps a little closer.
Yes, I mean, in my mind, definitely, since visiting the Land Between the Winds, that sort of inspired a lot of Rysar's magic. So I think his sight is kind of like mixed, intermingled with that other plane. Kind of like Lord of the Rings, you know. And like the sort of yellow, sort of snakeoid eyes sort of piercing through that grey, windy gloom. And I'm definitely sort of sidestepping as quietly as possible and diving into my mind to find the best point to strike this fucker.
All right, go for it.
And then I'm gonna samurai straight out the sheath. Right. So it gives advantage on the second attack if I hit, I believe. So the first attack is regular. Although, do I have advantage?
You're invisible. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, so. Whew, I'm a little bit. Oh, got the old adrenaline going. It's exciting. 17. With or without advantage. Nice. Okay, so that does extra damage.
Strike, and you'll do the extra damage too. So go ahead and roll that damage.
So, there we go. So 6. God. 6 without the 3d6. So I'm going to use this dice roller, which you showed me how to use because I just didn't know it was here. Plus 12. So that's 18 damage.
All right. Anything else on your turn? Still have a bonus action, we'll say. Okay. So you slash.
Yeah, I don't think I can do anything with them. I'm a wizard.
Yeah. You come out of your invisibility as you attack, and you slash this cultist or this snake or whatever they are through their robe, gashing it open. And as you cut into their chest, you can see scales slithering beneath the faux humanoid flesh. And a moment later, they drive one of the 2 daggers that they're holding directly towards your stomach. They're going to attack you on their turn. 23. Can you stop? I think that's just enough to break your shield, right? If you tried to use shield, it wouldn't be enough. You're muted.
Yes, I can get it up to 22 with shield, so
Okay.
I'm not going to do that.
They leave the dagger in your side, and you can feel poison coursing through your veins. It's going to be 8 piercing damage and 2 poison damage. And with their bonus action, their flesh rips away, leaving their snakeoid form that's underneath emerging. filled with pulp and viscera from their fake human skin, and that form changes too. It turns to sand that swirls around you and moves past you, and then reforms 30 feet away with Misty Step.
We can all do Misty Step, mother ucker. Why did I think this was a good idea? So that was, right, 2 plus 8, was it? Or 2 plus 6 damage?
2 plus, yeah, so 10 total.
10 total. Yay! And now it's my turn, right?
It is, yeah.
I'm going to be aware of... I'm concerned it might have set up some sort of traps or something, because it's obviously Misty Stepping away from me. So I want to go for it in a... Is it close to the exit, the way it's Misty Step?
Like it's moving, like it Misty stepped in the general direction that you came from that led you down to this tunnel. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for it again. I'm gonna attack it. I'm gonna pursue it. I guess if it's the way I came, there's not gonna be any booby traps directly in the way. So yeah, I'm just gonna go for it and attack it. And I've got the prophetic strike, so I should get advantage on the attack.
Yeah, you'll get advantage.
Nice.
Anything with your is... You roll a 12. 12 is just not enough. So did you come in towards it, even though you've sort of seen this? Just at the last minute, its tail whips back, and something you didn't see, it smashes into your elven blade, sending it flying a couple of feet away. It clangs against a wall.
Okay, I am not going to do anything with my bonus action, because I don't think there's anything exciting I can do.
Okay. It is.
So that's the end of my turn. Oh, actually, could I use like a bonus action to draw a dagger? That
sure. Yeah,
no.
Absolutely.
I just don't want to lose an attack of opportunity if it tries to run.
It is going to whip around its head and quickly snap at you with its jaws and its fangs. You can see the venom dripping from its largest, longest teeth. 17 to attack.
I throw sand in its eye, whisper the arcane incantation to cast shield.
You manage to pull up a wall of shield, or shield of sand, rather, and its head smashes into it, gnashes into the sand, and then whips back. It turns and it tries to slither away down the tunnel, away from you, back to, well, the direction you came from, the Criterion. You have an opportunity attack if you want. Go for it.
Right. The old Obsidian Dagger. Don't know if I've used this at all.
I don't think you have.
15.
Yeah, you'll hit it. 15's a hit.
Nice. 8. Blimey. Oh no, that's a D20.
You have to click on the word Obsidian Dagger to roll the damage.
Ah, cool. No, that's confusing.
No,
I don't understand.
I gotcha.
3. Right, there we go. So I'm sure I can't do this much damage with a dagger.
The gash that you cut into the robed figure's chest is still visible in its scales. It's pretty deep. This nick with the dagger doesn't do nearly as much. You do manage to stab it in the tail as it's slithering away, and it's moving very quickly. At the end of its turn, it uses another bonus action to cast Misty Step again. So it's like slithering, turning to sand, and then teleporting. Slithering, turning to sand, and teleporting, moving very quickly. Are you giving chase?
I absolutely am giving chase. Does it seem to be staying in the Undercity, or is it going up, trying to get up the trapdoor?
It's going towards the trapdoor. Next turn, it might go deeper into the Undercity, or it might go straight up. You're not sure which.
I have never used the Elven Longbow, which I have had since the beginning of the campaign. And I feel like I'd No, what the fuck am I talking about? I firebolt it.
That's why you've never used it. Yeah, okay. Go for it.
Yeah. Right. 25.
25 is going to be a hit.
And that will be... No, I'm just going to roll the dice because I can't roll the fucking
It did 13 fire damage.
That's lucky for some.
So 13 fire damage is enough to defeat this creature before it gets away. You can describe what it's like. Because it is or the trap door, like it's going to try to go back up to the city above.
Yeah, I'm just going to call upon preservation magic, as Rysar's a changed elf. And I don't say that. I say, by the mighty tail of Taruk, take that. And I just like explode. I turn it into, if you're out camping in America, out in the woods, and you're hungry, you put a snake on the fire, kind of like that. I don't know if that's what America's like. We don't have them in England, really.
No, you pretty much nailed it. You don't need to know anything else about America. Just that. There's literally nothing else worth knowing. We love snakes. So the fire fills this round-shaped tunnel, chasing down the yuan-ti as it whips up towards the trap door. It strikes it right in its scales. You can hear the sizzle. You can smell the cooked meat as the body, the carcass, drops back down into a coiled pile below. And since you're using preservation magic, the secondary effect is something that you don't really understand, but you hear a pained moan, a groan, and it's not from the direction of the snake. It's from behind the wall, right behind you.
I investigate immediately. Have I just brought some corpse back to life or something? I want to investigate. When you say behind the wall, like in a cell or trapped, is there an illusion?
Looks like it's just a wall, but you hear a sound of pain groan.
I disbelieve the illusion. Is that a thing? I think it's an illusion.
It's not an illusion. You try that, but it's not an illusion. I will say you can roll me an investigation check here, though, if you'd like.
I'm searching for hollow things and all that stuff.
And it does sound like it's hollow. Yeah.
Making
that roll.
Oh my god. If this is 21. If this is real Taruk, I'm going to be extremely excited because I think he's been replaced. Anyway.
Knock, knock, knock on the wall. You check different spots and you don't find it. You do that thing where you're like, and you put your hand up against the wall, kind of maybe in frustration, and it shifts inward and the wall slides open into the dark. And it's just the little bit of torchlight from the room that you're in that's filling the chamber inside. What you see is a much smaller room. And laying in a pool of his own blood on the ground is Horson, your friend. And that's where we're going to cut away from this scene. And we'll come back to it later. Christina, welcome back to Dark Sun. Hello.
Pleasure to be here, Jonathan. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
Good. In Dark Sun, where only good things happen. It's just Nothing but promising and hopeful times.
Yes. Well, speaking of hopeful times, the last time we saw Laguerre, you were on top of the Obsidian Spire. Your companions, the people that you find yourself with, they deactivated this arcane device that allowed you to return home. They have some sort of arcane runes that are meant to be able to fight or at least protect against the yuan-ti. All of these things that Laguerre's never been as connected with as Akasha was. Since then, it's been a long day's journey on the Spelljammer flying back to Balic. And when you return, the rest of them all say, we're going our own ways. Let's meet up tomorrow and discuss what we're going to do next. And Laguerre, I want to open this scene late at night. It's probably just less than half an hour, maybe less, before dawn. You can already start to see that the sun in the sky is starting to rise. You see the change, the streaks of purple and red over the Silt Sea in the distance. And you find yourself back at the manor of House Sereno, Akasha's house. And this is an opulent manor in the Elvish district, the market district of the city, where at the very top of the manor, there's this large, ever-blooming tree that stretches its trunk, its roots through the structure itself, up through the top. And there, a large open doorway to an ivory gleaming bridge over the Silt Channel. From this vantage point, Akasha and her grandfather often stood and had conversations and looked out at the moon and talked about the house and their lives. This is where we would find Laguerre. How would we find Laguerre? What sort of disposition, or what are they doing?
I think that we would find Laguerre in the midst of taking advantage of where she is. And she has 3 servants in the room listing her requirements for the day. Whereas Akasha would usually just bring breakfast, whatever. And Laguerre is enjoying her station at the moment. You bring me meats. I don't have a preference, just meats. All of them. And make sure that they are from a Wednesday. Yes. Goodbye.
The strapping elvish guard, the runner, nods once, a slightly confused look on his face, and begins descending quickly down the spiral stairs below. And the other 2 guards who are here, it's mostly guards at your house right now. Not a lot of servants on hand, but they are serving you. The other 2 guards kind of look to each other warily and then back to you. What's your next order?
You. I know that I know where these things are, but could you point me in the direction of my wardrobe?
Of course, my lady. Right this way. They exchange another look.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop that.
You see like a...
You're here to do as I wish. You're guarding me. Guarding my needs. Yes?
Of course, my lady.
Say yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to need you to reply as such from now on. Just not a fan of your lackadaisical attitude.
Yes, ma'am.
See? If you just answer as such every time without exchanging glances with this one, I'll get to you in a second. So much could be accomplished so quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Like a symphony to my ears. You know what I want you to do? Bring me 3 dresses that you think would make me look incredible. And for this, Laguerre still is presenting as Akasha, but she is a woman who is aged well past youth, and she longs for it. She craves it. So to be in this youthful form and to have guards at her beck and call, this is chef's kiss. This is a peak moment of reclaiming these moments and owning who she is, even though she isn't.
Absolutely. The second guard turns, heel turns, and moves very swiftly down this long stretch where a banister overlooks all of the floors below, and takes a left-hand turn down a hallway and disappears.
Number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you from around here?
No, ma'am. I only moved
What's
here
your story?
recently. I lived in the village of Villery for quite some time with my family, my clan. Most of them have moved on now, and I heard here that in Balic is opportunity with House Sereno.
No, I don't like that. Tell me something else.
Oh, yes, of course. I am a great warrior who has wandered the desert dunes for many years, and despite all of my adventures, I have never found true love, and so I have come to Balic to find love, because here there are so many people, so much beauty.
What kind of love?
I wish to find the kind of love that they write songs about, the sort that are sung in tawdry taverns and across the dunes, the ones that young people learn but never understand until they are older. I wish to inspire that kind of music. Ma'am?
Are you flirting with my guard? Oh. Stop it. That is my body, and you will not walk around talking like demanding. What is wrong with you? What is he, like 27? Gross. You're a warrior. Oh. Do something
Yeah.
warriorly, like pull out a knife or dance for me. Dance for
Well,
you? What is wrong with you?
I will do my best, of course, ma'am. Here's a dance that we do on the dunes. And he pulls out his spear, his long spear from where it's sheathed behind his back, and he spins it around, and he jumps up on the banister, and he tips along the banister, spinning the spear back and forth, and then he leaps back off, doing a little bit of a somersault. It's not the prettiest looking thing, but he's putting a lot of effort into this thing that's actually rather dangerous. If he tipped it the wrong way, he could have fallen down below. But he lands and stands back up, and you can see he's breathing just a little bit heavier.
You think I'm entertained?
I cannot speak for you, ma'am.
You didn't pay attention to the last conversation that I had. You were supposed to answer with 2 words.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Would you stop being weird with them? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever had to watch in my entire life. This is pathetic. Is this what you think youth is? This is what you think youth is? Let me out of here. Oh. You I love your warrior story. It's fantastic. Could you just excuse me for a moment? Help too with my wardrobe. That's something that you do around here often, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you're learning. So cute. Bye.
Bows just slightly and turns and slinks off in the same direction as the other one, not really marching. And then disappears around the corner.
And Laguerre is going to pull out her mirror. You make a lot of noise. And it's borderline obscene. Just be grateful for your current surroundings and your current situation. Things could be much worse. I could still make things much worse for you. How much worse can they get? I'm inside of a mirror. You're living my life, walking around body, and it is not okay. Just stop for a second. I mean, honestly, I got your body fair and square. You could have won that battle, and here you'd be. But you're not. You're you're in there. Oh, and I had to go and deal with this arduous task of getting back up here, and then that guy died, and he just, oh my gosh, it was so dramatic, and everyone's like, save him, you got powers, I'm a cleric. Oh, it was so annoying. What do you mean that guy died? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What guy died? You know, the old guy that is always around and he acts like you are close, or like honestly, he acts like you've had maybe a conversation and he held on to it. You know, those types, they hold on to that conversation like you guys have been friends forever. Are you talking about my grandfather or are you talking about Ebo? Oh, it was your he was, you know, he's a, oh, they're both old, so you don't know. You can't tell the difference either way. Because they're both old and you like them both. It's who was it? I think it was the um Ebo. The he wasn't your it wasn't your grandfather. It was the one that traveled with you. It's not important. What do you mean he wasn't important? How close could you possibly have been? Like these are people you just met on a caravan, and I've seen absolutely nothing of any great importance. So why are you acting as if you're upset? He was kind. He was kind to everyone, no matter how hostile or anything. He was just kind. How do you feel nothing? How do you just say that he died and feel absolutely nothing about it? Because it doesn't mean anything to me. It, he's gone. He's not coming back. I don't understand why this is a big deal. It's a big deal because he mattered and he was a person who I cared about, and now he's gone and you tell me in this way like it doesn't matter at all. Gosh, just staring through the mirror with rage while Laguerre just sits and doesn't care.
Beyond the archway, that gleaming bridge is starting to catch the sunlight as the sun actually does rise. The great dark sun in the sky that takes up most of the sky. You can see it coming up over Silt Sea. And then there's a soft tap, tap, tap up the stairs. And behind Laguerre, bent over, looking a lot better than the last time you saw him, a lot more well rested, wearing his full proper robes adorned with all kinds of colors and materials taken from tribes across all of the tablelands, is Lord Atlas, Akasha's grandfather. And he sees you there just sort of looking out, and a big smile comes to his face. And he says, I was told that you had returned, but I couldn't believe it. Not fully. Not until now. Oh, Akasha. Oh, I was so scared for you.
Oh. She looks down at the mirror and shoves it into a cloth and tucks it deep inside of her pocket on the inside of her jacket. Oh. Hello.
Hello, dear. Were you successful? Your adventures? Did you find something that could help?
Of course. Of course, I found exactly that.
I knew you would. I always believed in you. Oh, well, things here have not been good, I can tell you that. There is a lot of tension in the city right now. I am ready for you to return and help me lead the house. Help me save Balic. Have you rested?
I just don't see the point.
The point of sleeping? Well, a good night's sleep is very important, Akasha.
No, the point of helping you raise your house when I could raise my own name.
Akasha, it's your house. You and our house together, you will be Caesar, will you not? That is your dream.
Yes, but there's only so much that you can do as a team.
Do you not wish?
Everyone ultimately will be looking out for self, grandfather. So why not do so for myself early? Why not build my own house? Not House Sereno, just House Akasha. There's already an Akasha. It's like they're infringing on my territory.
Is this some kind of joke? I've just woken up. I'm sorry, dear. I don't understand.
The only joke is that you expect me to carry your legacy on my shoulders. You expect me to build your house beyond that which you have done, which is what?
You see an expression pass over Lord Atlas's face that I'm not sure that Akasha has seen. Maybe when they were younger. It's pride, and Lord Atlas thumps the base of his little like gnarled staff, his walking stick, on the ground, and he says, "What I have done, everything I have done for our people. They could not live here. They were out in the desert, dying of thirst, dying of hunger. We built them a home here. The dream of House Sereno isn't my dream for my own glory, or you for yours. It's for the people, to make their lives better. And in my lifetime, we have gone from nothing to this. My only wish for you, Akasha, was that you could take it further, do more for our people than I ever did. because they need you.
Grandfather, I'm here. Don't listen to her. For the glory of no one, for the edification of the people, who are you trying to fool? Me or yourself? On those people's shoulders, you have built your name in the name of helping them. How many of you actually helped? How many will you continue to help? Is it about helping them? Or is it about the boost that your profile gets every time you help?
I know who I am. You're not my granddaughter. What have you done?
Why would you... Grandfather, I am appalled. Why would you say something of the sort?
What have you done to my Akasha?
I am your Akasha, grandfather.
As he struggles for words in this moment at the top of the manor, there is an explosion in the distance in the far north where the docks are. And it sounds like a terrible commotion coming from that direction. Shouts, cries drift through the air. And in the horizon, even as the sun rises, something else rises from the silt as well. A gargantuan snake, a Godzilla-sized snake, one that Akasha Laguerre have seen before, an Alteruk that rose from the ground and then escaped out to sea. It rises now at the edge of the city, and you can hear the sounds of battle beginning in that direction of the city. Your grandfather, for the moment, tears in his eyes, he's just staring directly into yours, and he stumbles with his staff closer to you, and he reaches out for your shoulder. Where is she? What have you done with Akasha?
Laguerre is going to shift her body from underneath his hand, start to walk towards the door and look over her shoulder and say, "Seems like there's an emergency, old man. Gotta go check it out. I'll be getting dressed." And she's gonna walk off to find number 2 with her wardrobe.
He doesn't watch you leave. He falls down to his knees. You can hear as you get to the corner, the turn in the hall, is weeping as he stares out at the sun, the rising shape at the edge of the city. You're going to your
Laguerre's
room.
gonna walk off. No, she's actually leaving where she was with him and walking down to where her wardrobe is, and she looks back at Atlas on his knees and just walks away. Weak old fool. And Akasha is in her pocket, just, "Grandfather, I mean, and she just kind of sinks down into the shadows and covers herself and cries.
Excellent. And I think that is where we'll move away from this scene and find out what else is happening in the city of Balic.
So, Rysar leaps off the side of the ship. You can see Balic unfolding in front of you, this city that most of you... I mean, are any of you surprised Rysar just left like that? Anyone?
Not at all.
No way.
Well, there you have it. Cool. So Rysar is gone, feather falling down towards Balic. And beneath you, as described, you can see the city is in utter turmoil. The wide streets are thick with black smoking clouds. You can see riots and running through the streets. There's a large fight building around the... it's not called the Colosseum, Chris. In your mind it is. Around the Criterion. Yeah, around the Criterion. There is a large fight forming between what looks like a bunch of humanoids and a bunch of gladiators, but you can't see from this height. You can also see at the docks a large number of yuan-ti ships, which you've seen once before, are slowly approaching the docks, and there is much fighting between them and another navy of ships that some of you may recognize as the Tomblador Navy. So there's quite a lot of fighting going on. You are currently floating sort of around over the market district between the Megalanaeon. You can see, and then behind that the Criterion. Megalanaeon's the big palace in the center of the Balic. Mount Leron. Mount Leron to your right, rising high above the rest of the city. Looking around you can see this mess of Balic in front of you. What would you like to do?
And we're floating?
You're floating high in the air. It looks like the ship is flying better than it used to.
Magic. We love that.
Yeah. Or psionics, but you...
Yeah, whatever.
Looking around you and looking at the situation, do you have anything in particular you want to look out for? Anything particular that you are looking for? Anything you want to particularly do? What drives you? What's happening at this point in all of your minds?
I think just to fight as many yuan-ti as possible at this point.
If you're looking for yuan-ti, they are clearly entering via the massive fight happening in the harbour. That appears to be the main point of attack, although it looks like the fighting around the city isn't all yuan-ti. Looks like there's a number of different fights going on, which may lead to some confusion. You could discuss it in character. You know, like that roleplay thing we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, Rickus is absolutely clinging onto the side of the ship.
Yeah.
Probably had just looked at where Rysar went and then looked at the rest of the city. This is bad, right? This is really, really bad? Super bad.
This is terrible.
Yes. This is bad.
Normally I say we just go and hide in a small place until all of this goes down. But I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. Especially considering how many people are going to die if we don't do something.
What do we do then? Because there's a lot of them. There's so many. Why are there other people that are fighting that aren't yuan-ti? That seems really confusing. I don't understand why they would be doing that, because, we should all be fighting the bad snake people together.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could do rogue things and we can just slash people.
I'm not a rogue. What do you mean?
I am looking forward to the audience
you
watching this interaction between Don's very serious, very heavy, performative style and this dumb fuckery we've already just started doing. Kronkle, anywhere in particular you want to go? Rickus and Keita clearly want to hide or slash things. Any particular thing that's driving you at this point?
It's overwhelming.
Looking out over the city, it is.
Yeah. We're floating down out of the land between the winds to a city that's burning, right? And we just don't really like. And there's a bunch of little places. I mean, I don't know. What would Kronk
yuan-ti fighting at the docks look to be heavily engaged with the Tomblador Navy, and it looks like just a complete fracas, complete mess down there. The fight around the Criterion, that's also the direction that Rysar was clearly floating in. That fight looks like it's pretty heavy going as well. The Megalanaean in the palace at the top looks relatively quiet and not too busy. If you're looking out towards the docks, you do see something that may give you pause. Apart from Rickis, who already has pause. As you look out over the docks, out of the silt, a gigantic yuan-ti, about the size of, a reasonably small skyscraper, is currently dragging themselves out of the silt. And as you watch, their gigantic tail whips around and just smashes one of the Tomblador Navy vessels in one hit, just splinters. You hear a couple of Wilhelm screams. As people leap off the side, and it's pretty bad.
Okay.
Pretty bad.
And we're just floating down. Where does it look like the boat's going to land? I guess that's really kind of the question, because right now we're sort of...
Number one, it's a ship, not a boat. Very important distinction.
Well, I mean, the skiff. Excuse me, the skiff. Where is the skiff landing? Because we lost our ship.
As far as you can tell, the skiff is not sinking. It's currently floating in midair. It appears to be holding its height far better than it used to.
I thought we were like landing from above, like majestically out of
floating high above
the entrance. Okay, so we're just floating. We're not floating downward. We are just stationary.
Right, well then, where do we want to go? That is big, that's big, that.
And he starts pointing at the over the side of the ship and starts pointing.
What is that?
Kita looks over and she's like, I don't see anything. Okay, seriously though, I can't.
Kita,
what's happening?
Kita, it's right there.
Her bad What?
It has terrible eyesight. This is canonically established.
Yeah, I know. Remembered that.
Really, really big snake? Like big snake we saw, but like bigger. Bigger.
And as she's looking, like her eyes just kind of shift from like blurs of just fire and death, and she's still not focused. She's like, nope.
We get Kita glasses this finale. I feel like we need to.
Well, okay, let's stop at the stop off at
the place you go and get like prescription lenses. Come on, that's not happening.
Get a whole checkup in the middle of this battle.
That city's burning, and number one, number two, number one, number two, number three.
Give me the top line, just the top line.
Yeah,
now the second line.
We're waiting.
People are just screaming in the background.
The city's burning. Okay, yeah.
Well, I think I
will show you. And then he goes over to the psychic orb, and he puts his hands on the orb, and he starts to think about moving it closer towards the snake thing.
As you put your hand on the ship orb, and as you go towards the snake thing, you do get a. You want us to fly towards the
Yes.
Really? You sure?
Peter can see
that looks pretty scary. I mean, yeah, I can see it.
Okay, then where would you like to go?
I don't know. I'm not from around here. I mean, we could go find Teru. We could go find the rest of the the Alliance, I guess. But I don't know where I am. I don't spend any time over the city. I'm not from around here. I mean, if you want to go fight the snake thing, we can go fight the snake thing if you want, I guess.
Necessarily want to go fight
what
the
snake thing are y'all talking about?
There's a big snake thing, Keeper.
The house and the docks coming out of the silt.
Have you ever seen the palace? Like on the hill?
No. I'm not from
boy.
here, so.
It's very large snake, and it's devouring a lot of the navy and also destroying some of the docks. It's either we could help them out or we could hide, like Rick has said. I would like to find my friends, and I would like to find Rysar, and I would like to do all this, but I worry about the devastation that this is doing. What?
Should we worry about Rysar at this point?
Yes?
I mean, he was the one that made the decision to jump off the ship himself.
It's kind of clear that he doesn't want to be found for a reason.
I don't worry about Rysar. You're right. He is capable. Well, then, what are we doing?
Well, you have other allies in the city you could try and find if you wanted to as well. You are not entirely bereft of friends.
Yes. But does he know they're here?
I don't know if he knows they're here yet.
You have no idea.
Oh.
This couldn't be more fitting for this campaign. This
I have other friends.
Heroes stuck in indecision over Balic, going, where do we go? Where do we go?
So, I am gonna go towards the big snake thing, wherever that is.
Well, we can go to the snake thing if y'all want. Let's
Let's just cruise by it. Let's just cruise by it, and I want to show Keaton.
That's fine.
Just cruise by it, fly casual. and then we will decide where to
Like a
park.
casual drive-by.
Yes.
Okay. On this cruise by, are we shooting as we go by? Or are we just going, whoa, look at that? No. Or are we going, oh, look at that? We should. What are we doing?
We should probably shoot. Yes. Let's.
You want us to shoot the big snake? You want us to cruise by the big? Okay.
I don't know. I was just.
And I think at a moment he like while we're still up in the sky, he walks over towards the bowsprit or whatever it is, this skiff here, and he looks downward at the cityscape, and from a bird's eye view, he starts to imagine. He starts to like look through and look down and see where things are burning, and of course he's making notes of that. The smell of smoke is triggering a traumatic experience, or maybe a fight or flight response. But he's never needed. He's always fought through fire, though his family hasn't, and he thinks about his ancestors and those of his turtle brood that have been lost to fire. And I think in this moment he looks down at the battle map, or he looks down at the cityscape as if it was a battle map, and he starts to he turns slowly and looks at all of you and goes,
"We must fight. We have to fight, because if we lose the docks, then we will continue. They just need to push through the maze to then destroy. Well, Balic, they're not doing well. We fly, and we shoot, and we fight."
And that's being a level 1 cleric of war.
I said slashing in the beginning, so that's my stance on it.
Very well,
All
Sirocco.
right.
We fly.
It's not the Sirocco anymore. It doesn't actually have a name because the skiff didn't have a name. If you wanted to name it, now might be a good time to do that. Like, it might be a sort of thematic moment where we can come together as a group and like have a common purpose and a goal. Like, that's the thing we can do if you want. Little moment for everyone. We
have time for that.
I mean,
we're all thinking it, right?
What are you thinking?
I don't know.
All
what
right,
you're
the
thinking.
gulag. Let's go.
And
then
All
he
right.
just screams it.
Gulag.
We must go. Right?
I mean, is that the most appropriate?
Right,
Never
we
mind.
were all
Okay, let's go.
thinking that, right? Were we
And the newly minted Gulag starts floating his way. Who wrote "Ride Gulag to Victory" in chat? Oh, it's done. Right.
Clearly. Just like
The-
another battle.
The Gulag is flying down towards the docks, and as you fly down towards the docks, you can see this massive yuan-ti is just laying waste. Like, the Tomlador Navy is desperately trying to fight this big hulking behemoth off, but yeah, it's going to be a big old problem for a lot of people. As you fly towards it, what's everyone doing to prepare themselves? You might want to prepare yourself.
So the captain mentioned that there's ways to shoot off of the ship.
No, I have a gun. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, we
I'm
only
using
have a
my
skiff
gun.
now. We don't have a sweet ship like we did before.
This. Where would I keep a gun on this thing? Underneath it?
Okay.
Like,
okay.
you can see the
yeah.
whole ship.
Yeah, I get it.
Right on it.
I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it.
Where's the gun?
So I guess I'm just gonna shoot fire then. The ship doesn't have anything to shoot with.
I mean, I'm sorry I couldn't get a bigger ship. Okay, it was tough on Guthay. I had a bad time on Guthay. I lost a friend on Guthay. I mean, he's still here technically, but it's, Also, Rickus Saren is still here.
Great, cool. Love having to worry about my brother.
Well, you know what? While we're here,
God. Okay. God, I really don't want to bring Saren into this.
Saren's just gripping this tiny, flimsy twig-like mass in the center of the ship, going, "We gonna be okay? Rickus?
Depends.
We're gonna be okay."
I don't know. Maybe you should go hide somewhere.
Where? There's nowhere to go. There's no below deck here. It's just a bit of wood with a... What do I do?
God. Oh, no. Is there anywhere that we can swing by and just drop my brother off that is not immediately up in flames or surrounded by...
Citizen flames. I mean...
Yep, all right. Guess we're just gonna keep him on the ship.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I
just
think
hang out here.
Rickus just like takes one of their daggers and just puts it into his hand because he does not have weapon. He's not a fighty boy.
He also could just kind of chill in my pouch if he wants to.
I don't. I don't think that he should go down with us. He's probably safer up here.
He's already in heated. He's gone down plenty.
God, Jesus Christ.
This campaign was curious. Good, right.
Okay,
So,
Rickus is just gonna make sure Saren is strapped onto the ship, has all form of weapon. And they're gonna take out the little replica, replica of the same friendship bracelet that they had given Gulag all those episodes back, and just ties the last knot on it, and then puts it around their neck as a necklace.
lovely. Very nice
And
indeed.
that's all they can do right now. Because
Okay. The gulag starts floating its way down towards this, and the gigantic snake creature is just writhing through all of these sand skiffs and things and just smashing, being peppered by arrows. And you can see this creature is also casting magical spells, is just launching out. How do you all want to engage? Because honestly, he hasn't noticed you. Has no reason to expect a flying ship to come meandering out of the sky. At this point, he's just smashing away. How do you all want to engage? What do you all want to do? What's the play?
I've got an idea, but it's probably an awful idea.
I love it.
But I am the cleric of war. No, all right. Can I just do it because it's a bad idea?
One level, and it's gone to your head.
This is what happens. This is why I was a peace guy this whole time.
But no, I must protect.
All right, so I think what could be really cool, and we could do a lot of damage here. It doesn't know we're here. I'm trying to think of how we can do the most damage to it immediately.
And I think
Kronkwall turns to everybody. I guess as everybody's like adjusting the knots on their bracelet and everything, he's thinking about what we can do, and he goes and turns to everyone and goes,
"We must ram the ship into it." Yes.
I just got this one. You want me to get rid of this one too?
Well, it's not a very good one, let's be honest. We could then recover the pearl, or the ship floating orb after, and maybe, potentially, if we go fast enough, it will jostle loose and become a cannonball.
And then I can jump off, and I can take my daggers and stab its eye.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. We just full bore right into it. Full.
Okay.
Rickus, do you want to get one eye and then I get the other?
Full Dark Sun pig.
I mean, I'm all on board for the hopping down and stab on it. I just don't know about the ship, because we might need the ship again. And also Saren is here, and can't fight.
Saren's just there going, "What are you doing? What's the plan?" Hey!
Okay, well,
Rickus gestures.
I'm out of ideas. It's either that or I jump.
Or
Okay. Here's a thought. I got a proposal. If you're up for hearing my proposal, so I'll get the ship to do like an arc, like a loop, and if y'all want to jump off, I'll then fly around and pick you all up on the back arc, and then we can do like a one hit, waka, and then everyone can jump back off. I'm sure it'll be fine and nothing will go wrong.
You run right into it.
You want me to run? If I run straight into it, then this little guy's not going to make it through because look at him. Got like 10 hit points. It's not going to go well.
So does Risa. It's fine. I could protect. I mean, I must protect. I think he.
Or I could make a giant volcano underneath it.
Okay, now we're talking. Giant volcano is good. How are you going to do that?
I think that'll
kill
the entire hero.
I would have to. I would have to be on the ground, very close to it, in order for it to happen. So that's where we run into.
He's standing in the sill. He's in the sill.
Okay. Then yeah. I just have to connect to the ground somehow. Like my feet have to be on the ground.
Very well.
Okay. So we want to get you down to like the level of the silt and just wrap a rope around you and throw you in?
I mean, sure.
Okay. And in the meantime, so Kita will create this massive volcano underneath this massive yuan-ti. And in the meantime, what? Rickus Kronkwall, you gonna just jump off onto it?
Are there ropes on this? Are there ropes on this thing? Can we hang off of it?
Yeah, he's wearing this lovely necklace of rope. No, he's not wearing like ropes. He's wearing clothes. They're quite big.
No, I meant the ship. Are there ships?
The ship.
Are there ropes on the ship?
Yeah, there's a couple of ropes. Yeah, sure.
Like, can we hang off the side of it like a rogue Macy's Day Parade float? And as this thing kind of like lands and we're hanging, we can like land on the ground, land on the docks as this thing sails into the snake thing. I'm just trying to think of how we can do the most damage immediately, and it doesn't know we're here yet. So if we use the whole entire crappy skiff as a weapon, I think we could be good.
Okay. Or I could do eruption so it can be trapped in the silt, and
then
you can land some wopows.
Okay. What if we want to crash and not land?
Well, then what about Saren?
I can take that thing. I can hold him.
Bronquil, you've changed.
It's me. Oh yes, Saren, I will hold you. There, I've done it. But now I've bridged it again. But so it's like if Kronquil could take Saren and protect, right? Do some swashbuckly shit and land on the docks with our ropes, right?
Yep.
As this thing just careens, I'm just picturing this thing careening into Snake Thing, and we are just on the edge, and while like dangling from the side, and we get close enough to the docks, we run off like badasses, off towards victory, and this thing explodes into this thing. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. If you're going to take Saren, and if everyone else is on board with this plan, then Kita could also jump off at the last minute, and Sarkix can take a rope, and that way can pull you out once you've dived into the silt, hit the ground, and do a massive eruption underneath as well.
Oh yeah, because you have to touch the ground, so you have to go into the silt. You have to like dive into the silt and do this. That's
absolutely. Okay. I've got a thought. I've got a crazy idea. Now, maybe you have to talk to the orb, because this will destroy the orb. It'll destroy the whole thing. But it's a big old psionic explosion. Might do a lot of damage. It's a big old thing to do, but the orb will go. It's your call.
Maybe.
So I can strap the orb onto my back, okay? And
if we just ram this little ship into it, this ship's made of like it's like 10 foot long. Like it's just gonna bounce off that thing. Look at it. Like you're getting a bit closer now, and it is like it's the size of a small house.
It's much bigger than we thought. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
It's so big. Like it would just bounce off it. Like we wouldn't do anything. But if the orb was set to like psionically, that would mean a sacrifice in itself. Yeah.
I don't want to sacrifice something.
Hey, Kronquil, if you want to talk to the orb and see what they think, or anyone else for that matter.
Yes, I will.
He rushes over to the orb and he puts his hand on it.
Hello, Kronquil.
Yes, the gulag. It is I, Kronquil. Kronquil is I.
Yes, I'm now the gulag.
A bit of a favor. Well, we were thinking of using the scraps of this ship to be wreckage and shrapnel to hurt a very massive creature that is destroying our city. But, from what I understand, it will do damage to the orb. So I'm unsure if this is a path we would like to follow.
You want me to ram into a creature and detonate and do it a lot of damage?
No. But
I can.
If you wanted.
It would be the end of a long lifetime of service, but also I think it would be a noble and fitting ending somehow. If it's what you want, okay, boss.
But is it what you want?
Well, I'm the gulag now. And as far as I understand it, that means I gotta sacrifice myself for the greater good. So here we go.
Okay.
And like he's trying to fight back tears.
You picked the name less than 10 minutes ago. You should have seen it coming, really.
Wasn't expecting this emotional torment so early on. Very well.
You met the gods of this world. They're horrible people.
Yes, very well, the Gulag.
And he kind of holds his hand up on the orb, and he turns and walks away. But I think when it's before, like he turns to walk away, but when he does, his hand idles on the orb for a second, and that finger that held that friendship band starts to glow, or at least like a fake band, or like a glowing ring of where the ring would be. And then he lifts it up, and it slides down to his palm, like that little light slides down to his palm, and he looks at it for a moment, and then closes his hand, and then looks up at all of you and goes,
Gulag is willing to sacrifice for us. So let's do it.
He's having a hard time processing it.
Okay. Well, you did name it well. Cool. Let's get going. Sarkix grabs a rope and ties it around Keitra and goes, okay, so you just dive in. You just go, and I'll fly above you, and when the time is right, you tug on that rope, and I will pull you out. All right?
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Okay.
And you two are going to go leaping off the side of the ship, hanging on the ropes, and try and land on the docks and not die. Right? You three. Sorry.
Yes.
Cool. Well, it's as good a plan as any. Right. Well, it's been a time. Let's do this. As the ship starts to veer down towards this gigantic snake creature, you can all hear the hurdy-gurdy music starting up again.
Oh, no.
Can we all hear the hurdy-gurdy music starting up again? I'm not sure if we can, but it will slowly come in at some point. But as it slowly starts to come in, you all get ready to leap. Who's leaping first?
Me. I'll do it.
You grab Saren in one hand. Saren just...
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what we're doing, but you seem to be the most level-headed person here. Like, you wouldn't come up with a crazy plan. Your plan would always be solid and well thought through and planned out. So if you say it's going to be fine, I trust you. Uncle, you grab a rope.
He goes right off
and the ship is now veering over the docks wildly, moving at quite fast speed. Are you leaping
animal
out?
handling?
Yeah, it's animal handling is what it is. Yeah.
Perfect.
Can you make me an acrobatics check to leap off the ship, please?
Why do I have athletics and not acrobatics? What am I? I got a 12.
Woo! You're leaping off the edge, hanging onto a rope. And as you go, you just hear it, woo! Up! And just sort of a couple of bangs and crashes as Crunkle goes skidding through. Do you sink into your shell?
I think he was like looking at. I think he was looking at Saren, and he like goes to like swaddle him, and then he goes to snap his jaw onto the rope like he did before, but he missed completely, but is unaware of it. And then like you're talking to somebody at a restaurant, and you try to get the straw, and you miss completely. He kind of does that with the rope, and then just goes whoop, and then no rope attached. And I think maybe midway he does go into a ball, but like no, he can't, because then there's Sarah. No, he just tries to. I think he goes into a ball, or he like leans back so his shell lands first, but he wants to like try to cover up Saren. His main goal is to get Saren safely on the ground.
Sure. Roll me a d6.
Okay. 3.
Cool. As you fall, you go flying down, and you hit the docks Like you're bouncing and skipping. There is fighting on the docks as you just go flying through a couple of combats that are happening between some yuan-ti and some Tomblador sailors. You just skip through all of them. You smash through a couple of people and knock them asunder like a bowling ball, taking a total of 15 points of bludgeoning damage as you bounce and smash and scratch your way through all of it. But luckily, you managed to keep Saren safe. So you are managing to hold on to him as you go rolling through. Rickus, do you want to follow and not do that?
Sure. Yes, I will.
Roll me an
will
acrobatics
follow.
check as you swing off the boat in a cool swashbuckly way, which was the intention of this whole thing.
Yeah, let's go. Natural 20. I'm good. I'm cool.
Okay. I just described how much Cronquil screwed that up. Kiana, you can describe however you want how artfully and gamefully and wonderfully Rickus manages to achieve this, swinging off the ship down onto the docks with nary a scratch.
You can add me into the narrative as well and make me also seem cool if you want. No problem.
So I think Rickus watches this happen and just shrugs and leaps off the ship and grabs the rope basically right at its end and using that momentum to swing. Probably does a flip in the air while they're at it. I'd like to think they land on someone.
Sure. There's a yuan-ti currently fighting a House Tomblador sailor. They're both both of their sort of stone weaponry smashing against each other on the docks. Which one do you want to land on?
I'm gonna land on yuan-ti. I'm not gonna act on the House Tomblador, dude.
Cool. Are you trying to damage them, crush them beneath you? Or are you trying to land and just go and start attacking on their head? What's the plan?
I would probably just land and just be on top of their head.
Okay.
And
this yuan-ti is sort of in a brazen fight, just fighting, and suddenly you are literally on their head, just there, over their head, just right down on top of them. Ready to kick some ass and take names. Perfect. Keita, you see all of that happen. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna
just
go
got the rope. Yeah, you're tied on. The ship is now careening towards this gigantic yuan-ti at incredible speed.
Mm-hmm. And right at the last second before it collides with it, I'm gonna jump off and into the ground.
Sarkix is with you and just turns to you and goes, it's fair to say I've traveled with quite a lot of people in my time, but y'all are the craziest I've ever traveled with. Let's do this! And just starts flying up as you leap off, making sure there's enough slack in the rope so you can dive into the silt. As you dive into the silt, Cronquil, Rickus, you can see the ship just... And this gigantic yuan-ti in the middle of just... It's like smashing stuff. Just turns and does a... And suddenly... The ship just flies directly into them. Now, I'm going to allow this as a group thing, because I think it's only the fairest way to do it. So, first of all, can someone, it's up to the three of you who, I don't mind who, roll me a d20 with advantage?
Not me. My d20 sucks.
Okay.
Anyone? I could roll it.
Okay.
I will do the thing. D20 with advantage.
Do the thing. D20 with advantage.
Depends on the baseline. So
Our first one's in that one. Oh, the second one's only an 8. So.
Cool. The ship careens towards, and as it's flying towards, it doesn't pierce. It just sort of bounces off the outside. It just smashes into 100 pieces. It impacts the outside. Seems to do any damage. But then the orb explodes, and as it does, the sound of the hurdy-gurdy just gets really, really loud for a second, overwhelming and deafening, and then just cuts out. And as it does, the orb explodes. Can you give it just gone. And as it explodes just in the face of this gigantic creature. Right. Can all three of you please roll me 3d8?
Each of us?
Each. And add them up and tell me the totals.
14.
13. 27.
I'm sorry, what are we rolling? I was doing sound.
3d8.
3d8. Okay.
3d8.
14.
27 plus 14 is 51. 51 points of damage. As the ship explodes, this massive psionic ball of energy just winking out around this. You can see it just goes flailing, reeling, holding its head as this psionic boom just explodes out around it, and parts of the dock just get thrown up into the air. Parts of the Tomador Navy's ships just go flying out of the water, and this whole waves and clouds of silt just explode around in this incredible effect all around. Cronquil, Rickus, where you have landed, everyone is flattened to the ground by the impact of this explosion, and you're all knocked asunder just hearing all this go off. Keita, you don't see any of that because you've dived beneath the silt. As you dive in, you hear a sort of vague above you, but you don't. The silt blocks it all out. You have no knowledge of what's going on. As you dive down into the silt, please make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy. 15?
Yeah, as you... It's not swimming in silt so much as sinking real quick. You are sinking down, and you can feel it. It's grinding into your eyes. It's filling your nose and ears. But you're a creature of Earth. This doesn't bother you in the same way as it would others. And you feel more like it's becoming akin to you and part of you as you sink beneath. And you do feel ground beneath your feet as you land. You get the sense of very large things moving out around in the silt around you. And if you move forward, you can sense this gigantic writhing body in front of you. You can't so much see down here as you can feel the tremors through the earth. What do you want to do?
So, I'm gonna cast Eruption. And she's gonna take a minute and she's gonna focus in on basically every single mineral that she can feel around her. And I feel like the damage that she took from the flower, I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, I feel like the damage that she took from the flower, like she retained a lot of that stone inside of her. Externally, it's not as much anymore, but internally, I feel like she honed in on it and made it into something good. So she starts to rub her palms together, and then it starts to get more and more frequent. And as she does it, suddenly her hands start to glow, and her forearms start to become the stone that's usual, only this time it spreads up to the sides of her face, and she closes her eyes, and when she opens her eyes, they're illuminated, and then suddenly she does a powerful punch into the earth with both fists. And I would imagine that the area of silt around her kind of just does this, and then it sort of gathers into this huge eruption of just melted silt that kind of cascades around the creature, and it just goes up above the surface. And she's kind of holding it just to keep it steady for as long as she can. But yeah, she's kind of floating in the silt right now. So
awesome. So how does this work as an ability? What's the what role are we making?
So I've been doing, because it's not necessarily specified,
that's fine.
I've been doing... Okay, so I guess I can leave it up to your discretion for this in particular.
Well, I haven't thought about how this is going to go, so I'm going to make a saving throw for Tiramon to see what we can get out of this. Cool. On a dex save, that is a 12, which is definitely not enough to fix this problem. Keita, you are being, as you float and as you put all of this heat and energy out of you into the silt and into the ground all around you, Cronquil, Rickus looking up, this gigantic yuan-ti is holding its head, and most of the ships around it are now gone or are scattered. People around you are starting to get up, and it is turning towards the docks, clearly furious and enraged and trying to find a target for its ire. But you all hear this very low basso rumble building beneath the ground, and looking around, the silt and sand around this yuan-ti starts to spit and pop, and then a wave of it starts to crest up his body, and as it does, it's turning into glass. It is hardening and forming and solidifying all around him as he just stares down at this effect, unsure of what's happening and unsure of what to do about this situation, because not only is he being damaged, he's also being trapped by this. Importantly, eruption traps people. That's the effect that it has. Can you roll me 66, Keita?
Yeah.
For the damage.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah. Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Less than the fireball, but also traps him, which is important.
Yeah.
23.
23. Yeah. He howls in frustration as this glassy, superheated sand is sort of coating the lower half of his body now, and he can't move. And Keita, you can feel the rope on you is dragging, trying to pull you away. Do you let go of the effect? Do you let it pull you away?
I let it hold for a little bit longer, but not too long. And as soon as I feel it like start to, compress, I release it.
Cool. You are suddenly being dragged out of the silt very, very quickly. And as you're flying around, you can see Sarkix is flying up this Aarakocra, desperately holding onto the rope that's just dragging you out of the sand around this mess as this gigantic creature, flailing madly around itself, is trying to handle this complete clusterfuck of a situation it's found itself in. Right. I think the only way to do this fairly is to roll initiative, so let's all please roll initiative.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, why?
Was it bad?
Why have I... No, it's good.
Oh.
17.
17, 20.
22.
22. Well, you all go before him. So, Rickus, as you're getting up off the ground, around you, various yuan-ti and Tumblr soldiers are lying on the ground, shaking their heads, clearly in a bit of a state. You're one of the few people currently getting up. You can see about 50 feet ahead of you, out in the middle of the silt, with some of the dock, there's pieces of dock you might be able to jump and skip across if you wanted to try and reach this behemoth. There's a sort of strange glassy exterior forming around most of him, but there are gaps in it. It's like a wave that's frozen. So there are spaces you could dive in and try and do a stab if you wanted to. What do you want to do? If you wanted to. Nice. Nice.
Actually,
No. You need to give that the time it deserves. It's if you wanted to.
No.
There we go. Yeah, it's just remarkable.
Anyways, I have body
You may as well go
equilibrium.
home now. Yeah, you do. Yep.
So I can just run across. Cool. I quit. See ya.
Yes, you can.
I can
There
just
are
run
sort
across.
of
I don't have to worry about the
you
silt.
can do cool jumping on, or you could run straight across the silt because of your body equilibrium. It's up to you what you want to do.
Yeah, it's probably going to be mostly just running across, but knowing that they need to take that small pause to launch up, they're probably, for the last bit, they hop onto a plank and then launch themselves up to the...
Can you run 50 feet in a round?
I can dash.
Of course, rogues. So yes, you can use a bonus action to dash, and you run your way up and leap up towards the lower bottom half of the belly, right where the appendix would be on a human. That's what you're leaping up and stabbing into. If you're stabbing, I assume you're stabbing. Are you doing a stab? Are you stabbing? Stab.
You know what? I'm not going to do a stab right now. As Vicus gets closer, the necklace around that they now wear, the one that is the same as Gulag's friendship bracelet, starts to glow.
Aww.
And let's see. We're going to guiding bolt.
Oh ho! So you're running across the silt, and you're not getting into full melee range. You're just sort of skipping across, running, and then you land. And what does your guiding bolt look like?
I think so. The jewelry itself is made of obsidian and bone, and little bits of glass, and all these pieces that they've picked up along the way of their journey. And I think you see just like one of these pendants to start to flash with a bright gold color, the same as Gulag's ring, and it's just lashed out.
Cool. Make me a spell attack roll with guiding bolt. Let's do this.
Let's.
Nice.
17.
17. 17 does not hit.
Fuck.
Oh, that's scary.
Wow.
As you reach out and the guiding bolt impacts the creature, but it clearly Tyramon clearly has a slightly higher armor class than that, as it skips off the parts of it that it can still maintain, desperately trying to hold on for dear life in this situation. It's not getting through its scales, but you are on the silt, shooting guiding bolts in the pieces of the Tumbledore dock that remain, engaging with this gargantuan creature. Crunkwall?
Yes?
It's your turn.
Well, first things first, I'm putting Saren on the dock, and I'm patting his head.
Stay here. Or not, but you're safe.
And I turn and run.
As you do that, Saren just sort of goes, and just does like the Homer Simpson and just fades away.
Yeah. Fades out of the story. Bye, Saren.
No, just finding somewhere to hide.
Finally. Bye. See you, Saren. So I'm just kidding. The Kronqual, I think, turns and runs towards this Tyramon, this giant thing. I think all the while he is I think what he's going to do is run up and make sure he is in a place where he can see it, and then he is going to shrink into his shelf, if you will, his shell self, and then he will peer in through thank you once again. I think he's going to peer in through his mind, and through the way he's going to try to distract and change his look in his mind, in Tyramon's mind, to an egg, a big, succulent turtle egg. And I'm going to do Compelled Duel as a bonus action, but I think I'm going to maybe spend my entire movement getting to him. Like, how far away is he?
He's out on the silt, so you'd have to start trying to climb out onto various bits of wreckage, of dock wreckage and everything else to try and make your way there.
I think he'll go to the closest dock edge that there is.
In which case, that's your movement and bonus action, but it's not your action yet. So, wisdom save from Tyramon. Hang on. Oh, that is terrible. Even with a plus 3, that is a 7.
That's cool. 12 is my...
in this sort of strange glassy prison, just sort of turns towards the docks and sees this succulent turtle egg and doesn't really understand why, but just is clearly very hungry and furious and just strangely beguiled is going to move towards the turtle egg on his turn, if he can.
Sweet.
Currently stuck.
Sweet. And I don't know what I can do for I have another action, but I don't know what I can do for it, because he's pretty far away from me.
Hold. He's only
I'll hold it. I'll hold it. Yeah, if he gets in melee, I'll unleash. Yeah, I'm holding it. I didn't know I could split up like that.
Yeah, of course you can. So you are holding an attack. Brilliant. Right, Kita, what are you doing as you fly around?
dodge action.
You're holding.
That's what
you're holding it. You're dodging. Okay, so you just dodge.
I'll
That's
just
fine.
dodge. Yeah, I'll just dodge.
Yep. So you are currently being dragged on a rope by Sarkix, who is desperately flying around this whole thing. You are basically flying around Tiramon. What do you want to do?
So, as soon as I see the opportunity, I think she's going to try to make her way towards his eyes, and she's going to use Thunder Smite if she does end up like being able to into his eyes. Okay,
you're gonna have to have a conversation with Sarkix about this, who will move you on their turn. That is fine.
So she shouts up to them, "When I get to his eyes, let me go."
When you get to the ice, you'll be in snow? What?
Eyes! When I get to his eyes, let me go.
You want to go? You're crazy. You want to go to his? Okay, fine. Right. Well, yes. Going to the eyes. You start flying up towards the head. And do you want to just? Sarkis go. I'll let go. I'm let.
Just let go.
Let's go the rope, and you just go flying down towards the head. Just one rogue. You cast Thunderous Smite as a bonus action, which is fine.
Yeah.
And
so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use both daggers. So let's see.
Yep. Make me 2 attack rolls. Actually, just 1 attack roll. You're a rogue. Just 1 attack roll.
Oh, okay. I can redo it. Come on. There we go. A 19. Does that hit?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. You land
we've made
on
poor choices.
his head, and you try and stab towards the eyes, but you can't break through the scaliness around the eyes. And these gigantic eyes, as big as you, just swiveling wildly, see you, and don't really know what to make of this entire situation. So, Kita, you're on Tiramon's head. Rickis, you're running through the silt, throwing guiding bolts. Bronquil, you're pretending to be an egg. On Tiramon's turn, he is going to... Yep. He is going to use a bonus action. And in doing this bonus action, he is going to... And you all see this in very different ways. Rickis, you see it from quite a distance. Cronquil, you see it from quite a distance. Makita, you see it happen literally in front of you. He is literally pulling himself out of his own skin. The new skin, as this outside level starts to fall away and peel off, shatters through the glass around, cracking it in places as the entire body shifts and changes shape. And this sort of heavier, thicker outside armor falls off, which may have reduced his armor class a little bit, maybe, maybe. We just gained back some hit points, which is good. Yeah. Yep. He sheds his outer skin, and as he does, breaking free of the erupting glass around, the eye swivels towards you, Kita, looks at Cronquil, looking out at Rickis, all these things happening around, and he is going to defile the land around himself, drawing energy and power from everything around him. It's called Augmented Defiling. It's a thing he can do, and when he does it, the spell he casts on the next turn is awful because it's got Defiling Magic cast through it. So he's going to draw magical power from the world around himself. Can you all please make me a Constitution saving throw?
Gladly.
What we got?
19.
I have to change my name to Conqual because I got 15, I think. Let me double check though.
Hang on.
I'm sorry,
so we've
15,
got a
20. Hold on.
Who's got what we got?
22.
22. What was yours, Kita?
18.
18. Rickis, what was yours?
19.
19. Okay. You all pass, which means you only take half damage of this.
Hey, that's not awful.
That could be a lot worse.
Like double this worse.
24.
Up right there.
You only take 24 points of necrotic damage. You would have taken a lot more, so this is good.
You're right, we would have taken
48.
Am I able
you
to...
take Uncanny Dodge?
I was going to use Eruption because it's a reaction.
You've already used Eruption. Eruption you've already used in this context. No.
Fine. I will use Uncanny Dodge.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
Oh, no problem. As you manage to avoid... They're both rogues, yeah. As they both avoid... Maybe you should have taken a level of rogue instead.
I should have.
But Tiramon is clearly drawing necrotic energy. You can feel the energy being dragged out of all of you. From the docks, you hear a series of cries of pain as Yuan-ti and Tomblador alike have their life force ripped out of them to empower this horrific spell, whatever it is that Tiramon is planning and will cast on his next turn. But that's what we're going to have to pick up next time as we find out, will this group of 3 defeat Tiramon, the gargantuan monstrosity that is the Yuan-ti's secret weapon?
Probably not.
And where will we catch up at that point? Well, you'll have to find out in the next part of our grand finale of Rise of the Veiled Alliance, Tales from the Obsidian Spire / Silt Expanse crossover Malarkey Bonanza, which is what I'm calling it. So, that's what's happening. Join us all next week. And in the meantime, big thank you to Lambert House, Dark Dice, Level Up Dice, Wormwood Gaming, and Warriors of Waterdeep. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us today, wherever you have joined us, on the YouTubes, on the Twitters, on the Twitches, on the Instagrams, I don't know, all of the internet thingies. Thank you for joining us, all the internet thingies. Your time is very much appreciated. And do comment, like, share, subscribe, all the rest of the above. And we'll see you next time for the next terrifying episode of the finale. Bye, everybody.